In the winter of 2023, I watched Steven Universe, the movie, and Future for the first time. And I loved it. This has quickly become my favorite TV show ever. There's quite a lot to talk about in this show, so join me as I go over why Steven Universe was great.
We are the Crystal Gems. We'll always save the day. Garnet, Amethyst, and Pearl, and Steven!
Let's get the obvious out of the way first. This season is long, with a total of 52 episodes, and the second longest season being Season 5 with only 29 episodes, which is quite a bit shorter even taking into account for the episodes longer than 10 minutes. And this extended length is the perfect structure for a first season of a show like this. Later seasons benefit from the about 25 episode length structure, since it allows no time to be wasted. The story, character development, and world building just keeps on going. That's not to say season 1 isn't like that, but the fact is that it's the first season. It's our first time seeing any of these characters, of this world, of this story. It has to deal with both developing the story and the characters and the world, as well as actually setting up all of it. You can't just dump us in and not explain anything. New things get introduced over the course of the series, but all of the core elements are introduced right here. By the end of Jailbreak, you know everything. You know that these are the Crystal Gems, Pearl, Garnet, and Amethyst. They're sentient rock aliens, whose species invaded Earth, but their leader, Rose Quartz, fought back to save the planet. Now they do what they can for the gems on Earth, corrupted by their homeworld. Rose fell in love with a human named Greg, and gave up her physical form to have a child with him, and thus, Steven Universe, who, while human, has his mother's gem, and the abilities that come with it. Steven is learning more about himself and the gems, and over the course of the series he develops and grows. We meet plenty of more characters like Connie, Lapis Lazuli, Peridot, Jasper, as well as the many citizens of Beach City, but in particular Sadie and Lars. The entire show is told from Steven's perspective, which is great. We're able to learn everything through him. Now, obviously there's a lot of stuff that Steven already knows before the events of the show that need to be naturally introduced to us. I think it's handled really well. There's no unnatural dialogue to tell us how Steven came into existence, or dumb exposition that tells us who the Crystal Gems are. It's all done very organically. I also just love how casual this season is, for the most part. It's mostly just a year in the life of the Crystal Gems. Yeah, things do get more serious after the Mirror and Ocean Gem two-parter, and all the seasons have some slice of life elements to them. But there's something specific about season 1. It's just sort of nice seeing the gay rock squad before their lives started to go downhill. It's just fun. There are so many amazing episodes. You'd think with a whole 52 that there would be some misses, but no, I love them all. I definitely can't talk about all of them, but I do have 13 I'd like to mention specifically. There's obviously the very first episode of the show, Gemglow. I mentioned how this season as a whole set up a lot of really important stuff, but this episode does a great job at setting up many of the basic things, like our 4 main characters, Lars and Sadie, and the mention of Steven's mum. And while we don't find out that the centipedal is a gem until later, she's still used to establish the basic monster fighting concept. Bubble Buddies introduces us to Connie, who was a great character, and her and Steven are just adorable. Giant Woman is a wonderful introduction to the concept of fusion. I really like that we don't actually see Pearl and Amethyst fuse on screen. As I said, this is all meant to be from Steven's perspective, so it helps us engage with him even more. Instead, the first time we see him see a fusion is in Coach Steven, and this time we see fusion isn't always a great thing, since Sugalite is a lot more unstable than Opal. And then, after that build up, we finally see Steven fuse in Alone Together, which is one of the best episodes not just of the season, but of the show as a whole. Also, stop with the whole fusion is sex bullshit. It literally, you that came from nowhere. It makes no sense, and there is nothing in the show that hints to that. Anyway, before that episode, we got Line 3 straight to video. What else can be said about this episode? It's our first time seeing Rose outside of pictures, and oh boy, will I get to her eventually. Probably not until we reach season 5 though. But the ending of that episode, just wow. Warp Tour gets 1000 points simply for being the debut of Peridot, who, you know, I might like a little bit. Future Vision is genuinely beautiful. I adore the relationship between Garnet and Steven. The scene of her talking to Steven on the roof in the rain.
Steven, I see so many things that can hurt you. I should never have let one of them be me.
Honestly brings a tear to my eye, and the sort of mother and son bond they have, it's really special. While not much happens in Story for Steven, it's still a very cute story about how Greg and Rose met. Well, I mean, I guess that is kind of a big thing that happens. Never mind, screw what I just said. And of course, the two-part finale, The Return and Jailbreak. They're just fantastic. It's my third favorite finale of the show after Future and Change Your Mind. But I think my favorite episodes of the season might actually be Rose's Scabbard and On the Run. They just have some incredibly brutally emotional scenes and are just beautiful.
Everything I ever did, I did for her. Now she's gone. But I'm still here. What would she think of me now?
Well, I think you're pretty great.
I had no idea you've been upset about this.
What? You had no idea? Oh, this is like my entire existence.
I'm sorry, Amethyst. I hope you can forgive me. You're the one good thing that came out of this mess.
Pearl and Amethyst are just incredible characters, and these episodes go deep into them so well. And all the characters are really great. Steven is a fantastic protagonist. I know I've said this a whole bunch of times, but I'll say it again. Having the show all from his perspective really helps to engage the audience as we learn more about this world at the same time as Steven. He's also just a very likable character. People call him annoying, but like, he's 13. Why should he be some beacon of maturity? He's a child. Of course he's going to be silly. And he clearly does grow and mature just from looking at this season alone. Gemglow Steven is very much not the same as Jailbreak Steven. And I'm not just talking about his voice changing.
This can't be happening! This has to be a dream! Lars, please tell me I'm dreaming!
Oh my gosh, I can't believe you're a fusion all the time!
And that growth in maturity isn't just a sudden, out of nowhere one. It is a really nice and slow, gradual shift. And it's not like it's stuttering, like every few episodes he grows a bit, then another few episodes pass where he doesn't change at all and he grows a bit. He continuously grows at a very good pace, I feel. Amethyst is awesome. I said this in another video, but out of all the characters in the show, she's the one I would get along with best. I absolutely love her and Steven's friendship. It reminds me a lot of the relationship I have with my siblings, which is probably why I love the two of them so much. Her being short like Steven, as well as being much younger than Pearl and Garnet, adds a lot to that dynamic. And of course, both of those are a result of her backstory of coming out of the kindergarten late, making her appear weaker than a typical Amethyst. I really like this part of their character. It gets a lot more focused later on, and I really can't wait to go really deep into it. Especially, I can't remember if it was season 3 or 4, but the whole arc between her and Jasper, I'm very excited to talk about that. Now, Pearl. I'll be honest, I found her annoying at first. That was until Rose's Scabbard, which is our first proper glimpse over her mental state from losing Rose. I don't have much to say about Pearl except that I think he's cool. And I say he because the description for the episode Steven the Swordfighter uses himself to refer to Pearl. So she, he, Pearl is canon to me now. Garnet is fucking awesome. I mentioned this in my Stronger Than You video. I love that her being a fusion is hinted towards many times, but attention is never drawn to those hints. Things like Ruby and Sapphire appearing for a few frames when Alexandrite unfuses, or her mentioning not having any issues with fusing.
Nobody expects you to be able to perform fusion right away, Stephen.
Yeah, it's really hard, even for us.
Not for me.
It's almost like a perception filter from Doctor Who, where something isn't made invisible, but you don't notice it unless you're actively trying to look.
It's like, I know you're there, but I don't want to know.
In this season, she mainly serves as the voice of reason to break up the constant fighting between Pearl and Amethyst, and often taking Stephen's side in debates, but still not always going along with everything he does. But despite that, she still gets some great emotional moments, in particular in Future Vision and Jailbreak, where she also gets the best song in the whole damn show. But I already talked about why Stronger Than You is peak, so go watch that video when you finish this. Greg? He's cool. He's a nice dad. Not much for me to say for the season, except that I really like this scene from The Return.
She gave up everything just to stop what they started here and drive the invading gems off of Earth.
So she saved the world. That's good.
No such thing as a good war, kiddo. Gems were destroyed. And people too. In the end, your mother could only save a handful of her closest friends. If it weren't for her shield, man, I don't know.
That line of no such thing as a good war, that's a really good line. Connie is a great character. I love her and Stephen. I also really enjoyed the relationship shown between her and her parents. But I can't think of much to say for now, so we'll just move on. I already said basically I have to say about Peridot in my video on her from a few bumps back, but whatever, I love her, she's peak. Absolutely best character in the show without question. Lasper and Japis are also here, and while I have things to say about them, I think I'll save that discussion for the Season 3 video. Beach City has some fun folks. Obviously there's Lars and Sadie. They get the most development of any of the Beach City characters, and I think Season 1 does a good job at establishing them both as individuals as well as the relationship between them. But I still like most of the other citizens of this place. Buck, Sour Cream, Petey, even Ronaldo. I know many people hate him, but I don't really mind him, at least in Season 1. Although I do wish the amount of attention he got in the show could have gone to his brother Petey. Mainly just because I think it would have been nice to give Stephen a friend his age who wasn't involved in all this gem stuff. Yeah, there is Connie, but the two of them eventually become more than just friends. And I think Stephen giving a character his age to regularly interact with who didn't get involved in all the gem shenanigans would have been nice. The character dynamics are all awesome. I love how much like a family the mains are. Garnet and Pearl feel like great mother figures to Stephen, and Amethyst is basically Stephen's cool older sister. And Greg is still a great father to Stephen. And I also love the dynamic that he has with the gems and how it evolves across the show. Also there's Onion. Okay, let's talk about music. I'm just gonna go ahead and rank all the songs this season. Just to be clear, I'm only going by the songs listed on the official soundtrack. So from least favorite to the best of the whole damn show.
Amethyst said she'd do it.
I'm down for whatever.
Oh, come on! Even the big fat lady! A big fat lady's you get! He's a frozen treat with an all-new taste, cause he came to this planet from outer space. A refugee of an interstellar war. But now he's at your local grocery store. Just see it in my eyes. I'm the one, 2, 3, 4. I'm not like the other guys. Not like anybody well.
Wellingstone, I tried so hard to fly, but I was thrown. Oh, Wellingstone, I gotta tell the gems, cause they should know.
No, I'm not that rich. I'm trying to get my start. So
My darling son, I remember when I would sing to you and I would do it again. Beloved child, remember this too. In this world of gems, there's no one like you.
Steven and the crystal gems were gonna make you smile. I accidentally created an alternate timeline. Trapped in a mirror and it couldn't be clearer. She wanted to leave this place and get herself back in space. And Dad, you might think she's a criminal, but her friendship comes through subliminal. Lapis lazuli, you fled into the bottom of the sea. You might even like being together, and if you don't, it won't be forever. But if it were me, I'd really wanna be a giant woman, a giant woman. All I wanna do is see you turn into a giant woman.
Do you believe in destiny? Close your eyes and leave the rest to me. Do you believe in fantasy? I have to when it's right in front of me. Oh, what are you doing here?
I've never seen you look like this before. Isn't it nice to find yourself somewhere different? Whoa, why don't you let yourself just be wherever you are? We're on the road.
I don't care about what all the others say.
We're on the
Well, I guess there are some things that will just never go
And as the
away.
solar wind blows through my hair, knowing I have so much more left to share, a wandering spirit who's carrying its way through the cold atmosphere. I fly like a comet, soar like a comet.
I could show you how to be strong in the real way, and I know that we can be strong in the real way.
Try hit me if you're able. Can't you see that my relationship is stable? I can see you hate the way we intermingle, but I think you're just mad cause you're single.
No songs I would consider bad, but I feel despite having the best song on the show, I feel it's the weakest in terms of music out of the main 5 seasons. But even my least favorites here, like Cookie Cat, I still enjoy. I love how it tells you what the show is right from the beginning. The Crystal Gems are refugees of an interstellar war, and they left the closest thing they had to a family behind. Songs like Steven and the Crystal Gems, Comet, and On the Run are just so fun. And then Stronger Than You, again, it's peaked. Go watch my video when you're finished, which it is almost finished the video, so yeah. So, Steven Universe Season 1 as a whole, it's honestly kind of beautiful. It wonderfully introduces us to these characters and this world through a charming slice of life style of storytelling, accompanied by gorgeous animation, great voice acting, and amazing music. This season is beautiful. And that wraps up part 1 on why Steven Universe was great. I really enjoyed this. I hope you did too. Next time, we'll be taking a look at Season 2, or as I call it, the Season of Peridot. It's much shorter than Season 1, but that doesn't mean I'll have less to say. I'm not sure when that video will be out, but make sure you subscribe to be there when it does. Also like this video, it would make me smile. And with that said, I'll see you later. So, Season 2. From this point on, the seasons are much shorter, and I'm going to be structuring these videos a bit differently as well. Now, to me, this season can be split up into 3 arcs. The first one lasts from Full Disclosure to Chili Tide, and doesn't really have a single thing it focuses on. These episodes serve to show the aftermath of the last season, starting off with the season opener Full Disclosure, which has one of the best songs in the show. It's great at re-establishing the status quo and setting up Connie taking a more active role in the story, when we eventually see her train to be a sword fighter with Pearl, and eventually coming clean to what she's been doing to her mother. I don't care what anyone says, including the episode itself, but Say Uncle is fucking canon. After this episode, Steven is consistently able to summon his shield easily until getting hit with Spinel's Rejuvenator in the movie. And this includes moments from Season 1, like the return, since this takes place before then, cause look at Garnet, that's Season 1 Garnet. And I don't think it's that crazy to say that Uncle Grandpa would have the ability to transport himself into the Steven universe. Also this.
You should make sure you get this thing polished at least twice a year.
There's a nice balance of chill episodes like Love Letters, Rising Tides, Crashing Skies, and We Need to Talk, and episodes with significant development like Reformed and Keeping It Together. The former being the last episode with the original intro. I do like the updated intro a lot, but when you get to season 4 and 5, it just feels weird using it when Amethyst has a completely different design, although this design is significantly better than her design in those seasons. I'm sorry, I do not like that design at all. But back to season 2. I like the build-up surrounding Peridot. This bit with her and Steven might be one of the funniest moments in the entire show to me.
A few have even emerged early.
But obviously, the main part of this episode is establishing the artificial gem shard fusions as set up for the cluster. I love this episode for how it shows the audience how Garnet feels about fusion, and the anger she feels over these gems being forced to fuse against their will. And we get a bunch more stories about fusion later. We need to talk about an example of positive fusion through rainbow quartz, and Chili Tide, which brings back and actually names the horribly toxic fusion of Laspis and Jasper, Malachite. But obviously, Garnet's reaction to forced fusion is mainly there to re-establish her feelings, to make this moment more impactful.
I'm sorry. It's just so much fun being sardonyx with you.
This brings me to the second arc of the season, lasting from cry to help to friendship. The way Steven Universe haters talk about cry for help makes me want to tear my eyeballs out. I had a little rant in part 1 about the people who say fusion is sex, and that media illiteracy, media illiteracy is giving them too much credit. It's just pure idiocy. Is that a word? I don't fucking care. I can't be bothered with these people. But it becomes so much more infuriating when this episode is brought up. Fusion is very clearly explained many times.
When we synchronize our forms, we can combine into a powerful fusion gem named Opal. Opal is an amalgam of our combined magical and physical attributes fused into a single entity.
It's all of both. When two gems combine, it creates something greater than the sum of their parts. That's why I'm so great.
And if you hear all that and your mind just thinks sex, I'm gonna be honest, I'm willing to bet every cent that I own that you're just a porn addict. What Pearl did to Garnet was horrible. Absolutely horrible, there's no denying that. But saying that it is the equivalent to sexual assault is absolutely fucking disgusting. Ugh. To all the people who think that this is equivalent to sexual assault, I just have one message for you. Murder Drones, Episode 5, time code 1 minute 43 seconds. Anyway, back to actually being intelligent. I appreciate this episode for showing us how these characters aren't perfect people, and despite how much we see them put up on this high pedestal by Steven, they are still capable of doing horrible things. Because that's just reality. Good people are still capable of horrible actions. And Pearl's actions aren't immediately forgiven, or really at all. And yeah, Garnet has every right to not forgive her. I love just how simple the following episodes are. There's no big dramatic conflict, it's just a few episodes of life. I didn't really mention Ruby and Sapphire in part 1, because I couldn't really think of anything to say about them, but they actually get a whole episode here in Keystone Motel, where not only do we see the different ways they've reacted to what Pearl did, but also just their relationship when they aren't fused. And they're absolutely adorable.
You know what's nice about being split up?
What?
I get to look at you.
Be serious.
There's my laughy saffy. You're embarrassing me in front of Steven.
I also really love the way each of them is presented. They're both hurting in very real ways, but showing it differently. Ruby is very much showing how angry she is, and Sapphire is doing her best to keep calm. With Sapphire, she isn't outwardly expressing how upset she is. She wants to move past this. She wants to mend their relationship with Pearl. But she obviously is still very much hurting. And then you have the inverse with Ruby, who is very outwardly expressing her frustration and anger. But deep down, like Sapphire, still wants to eventually mend that relationship with Pearl, even if it does take quite a while for them to get there. Then the following episodes, Onion Friend and Historical Friction, give us a little insight into how these events have affected Amethyst and Pearl. More so Amethyst, and even then, we're only seeing the glimpses that Steven gets, since that's, the whole point of the show is it's all from Steven's perspective. We even get some character exploration and world building, including introducing us to Amethyst and Vidalia's friendship, and giving us a little history lesson to the history of Beach City. And then we get friendship, where Pearl has to come to terms with the fact that making up for what she did isn't so simple. She's still able to rebuild her relationship with Garnet, but it takes time and effort. She can't just say sorry and that's it, even if she really, really means it. Also, speaking on their relationship, I kinda didn't know how to bring her up, so I'll just do it here. Sardonyx is fucking awesome. I know that was a bit of a switch in tone, but fuck it. Sardonyx is awesome. Great design, super fun personality, and I would 100% be an avid viewer of her show if it was real. Now, before the final arc, there's 2 episodes in between that don't really fit in anywhere. They're just kind of there. I already briefly mentioned Nightmare Hospital with Connie and her mum, but Sadie's song is really fun. Not much to say. I like Sadie, I like this episode, and I really like Haven't You Noticed That I'm a Star? Good song. But now onto the final arc. The Saga of Peridot, lasting from Catch and Release to the season finale, log date 7512. Now, I've already talked about most of these episodes in my video on why I love Peridot, so I'm mostly going to be repeating myself here. In Season 1, Peridot was shown to be very calm and confident, but after getting stranded on Earth, we see her getting more and more panicked, which is a great way to build mystery and suspense. This of course turns out to be her fear of the cluster destroying the Earth, and her not being able to get off the planet. We get episodes dedicated to Peridot connecting with each of the crystal gems. When It Rains for Steven, back to the barn for Pearl, Too Far for Amethyst, then a little gap before log date 7512 for Garnet. It's through Peridot that we learn so much about Homeworld, like how different gems are expected to do one thing just because of who they are, how fusion is seen, and of course the big one, the first appearance of one of the diamonds. Yes, blue technically appears before yellow, but does this really count? And again, like I said in the Peridot video, Rose doesn't count either. We saw her as Rose, not Pink. Peridot is also just an amazing character. Like, I made a whole video on why I love her so much. Her character arc throughout these episodes is probably my second favorite character arc of the show after Steven himself. It's so wonderful seeing how much she grows and how each of the gems influence her in different ways. Alright, now I'm gonna talk about music, starting with
I'll do my best to give this gem the sweetness it deserves.
And I'll keep it fresh. I'm jamming.
What can I do for you? Where did we go? What did we do? I think we made something entirely.
I forgot how great it felt to be us. Guess I got carried away. That's why.
Good.
Keep my body lowered
Right.
as I'm moving forward.
Concentrate. Don't you want him to live?
Right foot, left foot.
Yes, but put your whole body into it. Everything you have, everything you are, you've got to give. On the battlefield, when everything is chaos.
Is there anything that's worth more?
Is there anything that's worth more than peace and love on the planet Earth?
But if I make a scene, stepping out of my heart and
magazine. I'm turning heads and I'm stopping traffic. When I pose, they scream, and when I joke, they laugh. I've got a...
Everybody told me gem stuff's dangerous. I guess I didn't believe it until now. Dad always seemed apprehensive, and now he's really freaking out. What do? I don't want that for you.
Most of the songs this season are really relaxing. The Jam song and Peace and Love on the Planet Earth especially. And on the latter, hey, Peridot, the best character, got a song. Yippee! Rose also gets her only song with What Can I Do? And honestly, it's a shame this was her only one, cause Susan Egan has a great singing voice. And sure, Amethyst gets to sing in a bunch of songs, but it is a bit upsetting that Tower of Mistakes is her only solo. Steven Universe Season 2 is a wonderful continuation of the first. It does a great job at world building, showing us new sides of our characters, showing us the deeper and even flawed aspects of them, with a big focus on the best character of the show, with one of the best arcs in the show. And while both were great in the first season, the animation and music see a big improvement. And it would be a great sit of me not to mention the greatest moment of the entire show.
555 deluxe with no cheese. Ugh. Yep, perfect landing.
I don't know what it is about this clip. What the fuck does it even mean? It's just, what? Why did he say that? And then he just fucking face plants. It's hilarious. It's peak. I love this clip so much. That's all I guess I got for you today. So like and subscribe, and I will see you later. Let's not waste any time and get right into it. Super Watermelon Island brings back Malachite and unfuses her, which leads to a great episode between Lapis and Jasper, but not before Gem Drill resolves the cluster plot arc. Now, Lapis. This builds on what I talked about with Season 2's exploration into the questionable morality of the characters, since Lapis, at least right now, isn't really a great person, especially with how she treats Peridot, which feels pretty hypocritical. She got mad at Steven in Ocean Gem, but then gave him another chance and he was able to heal her cracked gem, but she immediately shuts out Peridot without a second thought. And yeah, Peridot did capture her and force her back to Earth, but it's pretty clear the vast majority of the emotions she's letting out on her were from being stuck with Jasper and also being stuck in the mirror. Peridot's main arc may have concluded when she called Yellow Diamond a clod and she was made an official member of the Crystal Gems, but she still continues to show growth across the series. We see how the Crystal Gems have made her into a better person, the dedication she has to making amends with Lapis, leading to this.
So tell me then, what you want from me, and whatever that is, I'll do it.
I want you to leave!
Okay.
Her purposefully choosing to listen to her and just leave is such a powerful moment. It really shows how far she's come. But obviously she runs back because of the ruby so Lapis can warm up to her and the two of them can grow a 100% platonic no homo bond of gay adorableness. Adorableness only matched by rubies, since, as it turns out, Crystal Gem Ruby's adorableness wasn't exclusive to her. That's just how rubies are.
What a lovely planet! Wait! So we just get out and walk around? Now, where's the gem the scanner's locked onto? Let's fan out and search the area!
And I have to mention this clip.
Now what you want to do is lead with your hips. Yeah, that's pretty good. Oh, let me show you again.
Something about this is just so funny to me. It's like the exact same image. It's hysterical. I wish these rubies showed up more outside of this season, because all we really got was Navy coming back in one episode and Eyeball in two, one of which he spends the majority of it fused with Aquamarine. Like, what about Army, Leggy, and Doc? I want to see more of these silly billies. Anyway, let's return to Beach City, with more fun shenanigans. Steven Float is a great way to bring us back to Beach City after spending so much time at the barn. It's just a very chill story where the stakes aren't any higher than Steven may not be able to get a fresh donut. It also introduces us to a new power of his. But after that, we get into a lot more character-focused stuff, a lot surrounding the citizens of Beach City. Dropbeat Dad is a lovely story. I like how Yellowtail is a wonderful dad to Sour Cream. I didn't bring him up in part 1, but oh my god, do I despise Marty. Like, he's probably the most hateable character in the entire show to me. This season also gifted us with the only full musical episode, Mr. Greg. I love it. I love when the show explores the relationships between Greg and the gems besides Rose. And this isn't just about Greg and Pearl, but it also tells us more into how Pearl felt about Rose. It was kind of clear before, but it's now just 100% fact, you can't deny it, that she was in love with her. Now, since all but one of the songs this season are in this episode, I'm just gonna do the song ranking now instead of at the end like I have in the previous videos. Yeah, these are all amazing. It's over, isn't it? And both of you especially. This shot in particular I just love. I always love when animators are able to make 2D animation feel 3D. Now let's get back to Beach City for more Peridot greatness. Too Short to Ride is probably my favourite episode of the season. 1, because we get more Peridot and her autistic silliness.
Oh, Amethyst, what do you think?
You look like a square.
It's a rectangle.
See who can eat the most chili dogs before we go in the tilt-a-whirl.
Steven! Amethyst! Look at this being. Its large head, swollen with thoughts. Those compassionate eyes. It understands.
And 2, for the dynamic between her and Amethyst. In season 2, we got too far. An episode where Peridot had to learn to accept Amethyst for who she is, and that despite her physical weaknesses compared to other Amethysts, she is still just as competent as any other Quartz soldier in her own way. Now, Amethyst is returning that favor by helping Peridot come to that same mindset for herself. The Beach City stuff this season is honestly really fun. The real Lars is a nice character story, fleshing out more of Lars and Sadie's characters and the growth of their relationship. Stevonnie gets their first proper appearance since their debut, and continue to prove they're just incredibly epic. I also need Kevin to get his spine removed. Restaurant Wars and Kiki's Pizza Delivery Service are both really nice, fun, chill stories, the latter of which having a great message about, while it's great to help people, you should always remember to take care of yourself. Although sadly, that lesson didn't seem to stick with Steven, as we would later see in future. Then there's Monster Reunion, which, while another cute and wholesome episode, also gives us more world building with establishing the Diamond's corrupting light attack on Earth. Also, Nephirite's commander here looks interesting. I wonder if she'll become important later. Now we get to Alone at Sea, which marks the return of Jasper. I really like how this episode handles the topic of toxic/abusive relationships. Lapis feeling like she misses Jasper despite the horrible treatment she received from her is a realistic thing that can happen. Now, seeing Greg the babysitter after Onion Friend and Maximum Capacity really makes me wish we got to see the dynamic between Greg, Vidalia, and Amethyst as a trio. It will also always be funny to me that Sour Cream has canonically met Rose Quartz. This one, despite being set in the past, feels like it should be alongside all the other Beach City focused episodes this season. So yeah, those last 2 episodes really should have been switched around, since the next few episodes focus on Jasper a lot. We'd seen some of the effects of the corrupted gems and learned the cause in Monster Reunion, but now we get to see just how bad the damage caused by the diamonds was. We also get some cute moments between Steven and Connie.
Wow, Connie, you're a wilderness expert.
Well, I like to be prepared. When civilization collapses and this world ends, I need to be ready to build the new one.
Yeah, I guess if Homeworld invades Earth, things could get pretty crazy for humanity.
Forget gems. Humans are already starting their own demise. Peak oil, Steven! How do we handle terminal decline without alternate energy sources?
And now we get to the arc between Amethyst and Jasper, which for some reason just has Bismuth plonked in the middle. I know Amethyst has her new form here, so maybe there was a behind the scenes thing that messed up the order, I don't know. I'm just gonna talk about Bismuth first because the pacing is really weird and doesn't feel right being right in the middle of this arc. It completely interrupts the flow. This is the first double-length episode of the show, and I enjoy it a lot. I think Bismuth is a great character. I love the unique title card. I love some of the insight we get into Rose. We begin seeing the heavily flawed side of her, learning how she poofed Bismuth and hid her away in Lion, not telling anyone. And through this, we also see Steven begin to go on that path to make up for his mother's mistakes. Okay, rewinding a bit now to Crack the Whip and onwards. As I said in the season 1 review, I really love this arc between Amethyst and Jasper, but I ended up loving it even more on this rewatch. There's a lot of great build up to Smoky Quartz throughout these episodes, as well as exploration into character dynamics besides just Amethyst and Jasper, and Amethyst and Steven. Having a bunch of episodes with a big focus on the bond between Steven and Amethyst makes the reveal of Smoky Quartz one of the greatest moments of the show. Also, yeah, Smoky Quartz, I love them! What a surprise! I love the fusion of the two characters with one of my favorite dynamics of the show. Their theme also goes really fucking hard. This episode really showed just how much Jasper's been indoctrinated by the Diamond's views. This is her 3rd time losing to a fusion, and all 3 times she couldn't see the reason she lost. It wasn't about some vague idea of power, but the love that made up those fusions, whether it be Ruby and Sapphire, Steven and Connie, or Amethyst and Steven. The first time leading her to fuse with Lapis, resulting in that. And now she tries to fuse with one of the corrupted gems, both times obviously never ending in anything good. I love that even after all this, after all she's done though, Steven still wants to help her, even if there ends up being nothing he can do until the end of season 5. I also really love how Lapis and especially Peridot are used in these episodes. I love seeing how their totally platonic relationship has grown, how they have been expressing themselves through art.
Art? That sounds ridiculous.
I've been calling it Meat Morp.
Sorry, Meat Morp. That's honestly a much better name. Back in Same Old World, Steven helped show Lapis why Earth is great on a large scale. But now we get to see how Peridot has introduced her to the more simple pleasures of Earth life, like TV, that we saw her grow attached to in Log Date 7152. They're also very, very funny.
Just one second. I want to check and make sure Lapis is okay. Hey Lapis, are you okay?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, business time. You know what to do with this!
But there are 2 things I really love about them when it comes to this specific story arc. The first is this.
1, 2, 3, and... Well, that's as far as I practiced that.
Why don't you try one thing at a time? We can try it together.
Yeah.
Peridot trying to play all the music herself and it not working out, and then Lapis coming up with the idea for them to both play the music together is a nice subtle way of foreshadowing the end of the next episode, where Amethyst is only able to beat Jasper when she stops trying to do it all herself and lets Steven help her. And fusion really is a lot like music. Different instruments have their own unique sound when played by themselves, but putting them together can create something completely different.
Ingredients in harmony, we mix together perfectly. Come on and share this gem with me.
And that's really what fusion is also like. 2 different gems are their complete own selves, but when they fuse, they become something even more. And the second thing I really love is the dynamic between Peridot and Amethyst. Like in Too Short to Ride, I really love seeing how they feel about each other since Too Far. In that episode, Peridot really wasn't thinking about whether what she was saying would hurt Amethyst's feelings, but now we see Peridot making a clear effort to uplift her, even after seeing the objective quality of Jasper's hole in the beta kindergarten. Also, I said this in the last video, but I don't like Amethyst's new design. It's my least favorite design of any of the main characters. White does not suit her at all. But now we reach the 2 parts finale, Back to the Moon and Bubbled. I don't have that much to say about it, but going back to what I said about Bismuth, I really love this new exploration into who Rose was and her flaws. And I feel it hits harder after that episode started exploring this topic. And it's also very interesting that Bismuth clearly established Rose's view on shattering gems. At first, you may think her shattering pink was just a character shift, but in retrospective, it's a little hint that she never shattered pink. but it doesn't hint towards the big reveal that Rose herself was pink. I really love the atmosphere in Bubbled. It's pretty much just a long conversation between Steven and Eyeball in mostly silence. I think it's a really great way to end this character-driven season, and that lack of music throughout the episode makes the use of Love Like You playing at the end super impactful.
If I could begin to be half of what you think of me.
I didn't include Love Like You in my song ranking earlier because while it does appear in an actual episode this time, it isn't really a season 3 song, but I will be including it, We Are the Crystal Gems, Being Human, etc. in my big song ranking at the end of this series. So, Steven Universe Season 3, the middle chunk of the story that continues the previous season's deep dives into our characters, showing us more sides of them, giving us some great arcs, and lays the groundwork for the next 2 seasons, building up to that wonderful finale. Yes, the finale is great and I won't be hearing otherwise. Fuck you. I shouldn't say that. But we still have one more season before we get to that. I'm Dr. Lemington. Like and subscribe to make me smile, and I will see you later. For some reason, the video refuses to render unless this image is here.
Claude!
Shit gets real this season. A bunch of new gems, including a new diamond, big revelations, and world building galore, but still having time for some simple fun. Like the first episode, Kindergarten Kid. It's literally just Looney Tunes Roadrunner short. And anything with Peridot is guaranteed to be P, like Room for Ruby. I love the Shorty Squad, even if Navy has to be kicked out of it for being a meanie head, who's also kind of genuinely scary.
The only thing wrong is that you're still holding on.
Scary, yet somehow still adorable. I love seeing the difference of how Peridot and Lapis react to Navy being here. Peridot has been very welcoming to others for a while now, but Lapis is still uneasy, which, yeah, her suspicions around Navy were proven right, but what makes this work and not feel like Lapis hasn't grown since accepting Peridot is the reason she's so untrustworthy of her. In Barnmates, she didn't want to be near Peridot due to multiple factors, but the main one being due to Peridot dragging her back to Earth. She was upset with Peridot, but she was off-put by Navy because she doesn't understand how she could move on from all that happened last season, rather than holding some kind of grudge against her and the other Rubies. And Peridot is just vibing, being her usual base self. Another example of my point that every episode with Peridot is peak is Gem Harvest. Another double-length episode like Bismuth, and it's a banger. Pumpkin. Just Pumpkin. She's awesome. I love seeing Perry and Lapis get a new adorable pal, making them even cooler than they already were.
No. Say Claude. Claude.
This show is so funny. Like, Peridot, why are you trying to teach your dog slurs? Actually, to be honest, I'm no better. Hey, Rumpel. Say faggot. There's also a really funny joke I can make about this episode, but I can't tell you what it is without compromising my own privacy. So I'm just gonna let you go insane thinking about what the joke could possibly be. But on the main part of the episode, Andy. I fucking hate him, he's a bitch, which is obviously the point. But next time you see someone say that change your mind went against what the show is building to, just show them this episode. You got an older family member who's extremely conservative and traditional, and who is called out for their awful treatment of people who think differently, and are convinced to change without needless violence. This applies to both Andy and White. This was always what the show was about. Like, it's pretty damn clear. I don't know, maybe this kid's show is just too complicated for some people. Or the people who hate on the finale are usually the same people who don't understand the incredibly simple concept of fusion, so expecting those people to understand anything is a fool's errand. Anyway, speaking on fusion, let's rewind to some episodes on that. I can see the argument that Sardonyx / Garnet and Pearl are out of character in Know Your Fusion due to how they treat Smokey, not just accepting them as they are. But I feel this fits well with Sardonyx's showwoman personality, and it clearly comes from a place of care. Sardonyx was just extremely excited for Smokey and got carried away. This episode also proves my theory of Sardonyx's immense power. since she's able to literally break the fourth wall and get footage directly from Cartoon Network themselves. Then, Mindful Education is just incredible. It would already be one of the best episodes for having Here Comes a Thought, but it's an amazing episode on its own. I love how we see Steven and Connie supporting each other through their issues, both fused and unfused. And I love that there's no attempt to say one's struggles are more important. It doesn't matter how bad someone else has it, your struggles are still valid, and being upset about these things and talking about them is helpful. This episode is simply beautiful. Now, while the season does have some pretty big shakeups in the story, there's still time for fun with the Beat City squad. Episodes like Onion Gang, Future Boy Zoltron, and Dugout are nice fun stories to balance out some of the more heavy ones. Even if that last one does have a little cliffhanger hinting towards the finale. Rock Naldo is probably my least favorite episode of the whole show, but I honestly still enjoy parts. I love the message about love and acceptance very much being a conditional thing, and while it's good to show all that, it's also important to not just give it out to people who treat you badly. It also has one of the funniest moments of the show.
Let's get knowledgeable. How to protect yourself against rock people? What? Alien entities walk among us? They're adding mind-controlling minerals to our water supply. They hate men?
Zach Callison's delivery of "they hate men" never fails to crack me up. The new Crystal Gems makes me want a whole series just focused on these four being their own Crystal Gems. You could also throw Bismuth in there if you want to set it after season 5. The Real Lars is one of my favorite episodes, due to how it starts out Lars and Sadie's arcs for the rest of the show. Sadie meeting the people she'd eventually make a band with, and Lars being taken away so he could end up on Homeworld. I find it very interesting that Lars has been a character constantly shown to not like working at the Big Donut. Yet this episode shows his very clear passion for baking sweet things. You know what? He kind of reminds me of Griff from Red vs. Blue.
What?
Okay, I know that probably sounds like a complete out there and not that deep of a comparison, but I'm in a Red vs. Blue hyperfixation right now, so just let me do this. Griff is a character seen by almost everyone, including himself, to be lazy. Yet, his actions speak louder than words, and he does work hard and is a vital member of his team.
You ever wonder why we're here?
It does seem to be one of life's great mysteries.
No, I mean you! What are you doing here? You always act like you want to quit, but hell, you could have left whenever you wanted. No one would have stopped you, so why are you here?
They all say the same thing about Griff. He's the lazy one, the one who doesn't care.
Nailed it.
Your actions tell a different story. A story of someone who always answers the call, who always helps his friends and fights for the greater good. I mean, I saw you give Sarge CPR in the Blood Gulch logs. You saved his life. I think your sister is right about you. You care about your friends.
And I'm not just talking about the baking thing with Lars. We see all the time how he pretends to be some jerk who doesn't care about others, despite the fact that that's all bullshit. If he really hates Steven so much, why is he just totally fine with hanging out with him at his own place, even without Sadie? So yeah, that's my completely unnecessary comparison between Lars Barriga and Dexter Griff. And thus ends another meeting of the Pronoun Club. Same time next week, everybody, where we'll discuss the parallels between Amethyst and Henry from Thomas the Tank Engine. Also, at this point, I'm starting to notice that Lars, he's kind of hot, not gonna lie. Last one out of Beach City is objectively peak because Pearl says ACAB and fucks with the police. I already loved her, but now I love her even more, and that's not even mentioning her great attire or her sick driving skills only rivaled by Stevonnie. And just like all great queer icons, she's down bad for the dyed hair. Even if it's only because she's down bad for Rose, who's not even alive anymore. Speaking of Rose, we get some more great stuff from her. She's only in Buddy's book slightly, but I like the little bit we get. Seeing her be so caring for someone she only just met.
Sure, all these places have been explored before, but they haven't been recorded so intimately as they have been in this journal. It makes them new and special all over again for any reader to experience.
Wait, was that another fourth wall break? Why is she looking at me? I normally wouldn't comment on this, but Sardonyx already broke the fourth wall, so now it's more noticeable to me. I want to talk about A Storm in the Room and Line 4 alternate ending. It's very funny when people claim Rose only created Steven to run from her problems. These episodes make it very clear that wasn't the case.
Did you make me just so you wouldn't have to deal with all your mistakes?
Steven, you know that isn't true. Do you think what I said to you in the tape was a lie?
No. I'm sure you meant it.
Again, maybe this kids show is just too complicated to some people who don't understand non-linear storytelling. Rose's redemption arc was simply shown out of order. She very clearly cared. This wasn't something she was doing just to get away from her problems.
Magical destiny? I don't know about that. Steven, she just wanted you to be you. When you have a kid, you have no idea who they're gonna be. Even Garnet couldn't predict it. That's what was so exciting to your mom, that life is full of so many possibilities and you would get to explore them for yourself.
So now, let's discuss the big multi-part zoo storyline. I like the international aspect at the start. I know it's sort of always been in there, but I'm pretty sure this is the first time it's explicitly stated that the characters are someone on Earth that isn't the US. I think it would have been nice if we'd gotten to see some exploration into how this Earth works in this universe, because if you look at the map, it's very different to how our Earth is. Like, why is there just a giant fucking hole in Asia? Like, I want to know about the backstory behind that giant hole. Steven and Greg having nice father-son time in Korea is super wholesome. What? Are you kidding me again? What did Sardonyx do? Sardonyx didn't just break the fourth wall, she completely shattered it and now it's just broken now. Oh gosh. It's going crazy. We meet our second diamond of the show, Blue Diamond. She had a short cameo in The Answer back in season 2, but this is our first time properly seeing her. I really love her first actual scene. It does a great job establishing how she's grieving from the loss of Pink. I especially love the conversation between her and Grev. It's interesting to watch knowing that the two of them are grieving the same person without even realizing it. Something that gets improved by that same revelation is this small detail.
Pink Diamond stole humans from their families as trophies of her conquests.
You gotta be kidding. Oh no, it was very serious. When I still served Homeworld,
I love how this show leaves hints like these to build up to the big reveals. These episodes also give us insight into the actual dynamic between the diamonds, how Yellow and Blue are dealing with Pink's supposed death in different ways, and how they feel about the other's way of dealing with it, which shows us how they felt about Pink. And again, with the knowledge of who Pink really was, we can see more of how the other diamonds thought less of Pink. If Blue really cared, she would have listened to her plea and leave Earth alone, instead of taking a bunch of humans and dumping them in a zoo, where they were put in the same laid out, set in stone path that she puts her gems into. Also the Famethyst, I love them. They're just super fucking cool, but not as cool as Pearl.
I'll report you to the diamonds! All of you! You'll all be shattered!
You're really gonna tell the Diamonds that you allowed a band of traitorous rebels to infiltrate a highly secure facility and escape from right under your careful watch? Doesn't sound like a wise thing to do, Holly Blue.
Now, before we get to the finale, let's talk about music. There's only 3 songs to talk about, so let's just go through these individually.
I could never be ready for this. I could never be ready.
Greg's songs are always great, and this one is just super sweet.
An army has a use, they can go and fight a war. A sapphire has a use, she can tell you what it's for. An agate terrifies, a lapis terraforms. Where's the diamond when they need a blue? You've got to be a leader blue. Yes!
It is a absolute crime that this and Other Friends are the only villain songs in Steven Universe. I really wish we got more, cause the 2 we got go so hard.
And it was just a thought, just a thought, just a thought, just a thought, just a thought. It's okay, it's okay, it's okay, it's okay, it's okay.
I'm gonna be honest, this song came extremely close to topping Stronger Than You as what I think is the best song of Steven Universe. The only reason I think that one is better is due to the context of the surrounding episode and the season. It was part of a big climactic finale, which gave it a much bigger impact. And it kinda sucks we didn't get a climactic finale for the last 2 seasons. I really like what we got, but they just didn't have the same impact as The Return and Jailbreak. But with Are You My Dad and I Am My Mum, we get that once again. This is an amazing finale to a penultimate season. I love the build up in the episodes before, especially in Dugout with seeing Onion getting super scared before the 2 mysterious shadows appear right at the end. I love Aquamarine. I love how she's just an annoying prick. Maybe that's just because she has a British accent and I just naturally find British accents annoying.
Just let the humans go.
No. Who are these dullards?
We're the crystal gems, you chump!
Yeah. Rose Quartz's old lackeys. That was in the report too. We're not here for any of you rogue gems. We'll leave you totally alone. If you tell us where we can find my dad.
I love villains who are just pricks. It's always really funny. Speaking of funny,
I think I made one eye bigger than the other.
I was going for a feeling.
Honestly, I can't even draw a circle.
Okay, Garnet, you just drew yourself.
I like me.
Well,
this show is comedy gold, holy shit. When it's revealed that Aquamarine got her list of humans from Peridot from way back in season 1.
6 human variations specified in a report by Peridot 5XG.
Oh no, there's lots of humans. There's my dad, Connie, Lars and Sadie, the mailman, Onion, I think.
Oh, that's such a good gut punch. And it's a great way to build Steven's guilt more, wonderfully setting him up for his arc across Series 5. And if all these events weren't already gut punching enough, we get hit with an end of season cliffhanger.
Steve. No! Don't you dare!
I love you.
No! Stop!
Fuck. It's time. We've reached season 5. Today we discuss one of the most controversial cartoon finales. A finale that I think is absolutely incredible. But we got a lot to discuss before we get to that. So let's head back to the start of the season with the first of season 5's 5 arcs. The Homeworld arc. Stuck Together is a nice simple story for the opener. Lars continues to be an amazing character. I love seeing him being fully open with Steven about his fears. Not just about his current situation, but his life as a whole.
I ran and hid, just like I always do. Why do you think I'm capable of anything? I'm just afraid. I've always just been stupid and afraid.
I love this scene, showing Lars' insecurities about himself. In particular in regards to how people view him. It's a nice little way to set up his involvement with the Off-Colors, since they too have a lot of insecurities about how they're viewed. I have a lot to say about them, but we got a child to attend to first. Oh boy, this episode is just brilliant. On top of Blue and Yellow Zircon being peak toxic Yuri, Blue Zircon's revelation is just such a great twist.
So how did a rose quartz with no business being anywhere near Pink Diamond get so close in the first place? Where were Pink Diamond's attendants? Her agates? Her sapphires? And where was her pearl?
All the characters have treated Rose shattering Pink just as fact. The only one to question it was Steven, which, yeah, makes sense. Even Blue and Yellow Diamond just treat it as fact. So you, the viewer, don't really question it. But then this scene happens, and you're like, hang on, yeah, how the fuck could Rose have come close enough to shatter Pink? And while Blue Zircon doesn't mention this, once you start to question it, you remember...
It can cut through a gem's physical form in an instant, destroying the body, but never the gem.
Oh yeah, Rose's sword can't shatter gems. And also, how could she, a simple rose quartz soldier, have powers like her healing tears? I'm also just a huge sucker for scenes of detectives or similar characters putting all the evidence together. Anyway, off-colors time. So, remember a few months ago how I made a video pitching some Steven Universe miniseries? One of them being centered on the off-colors? Well, let's just say I kinda wanna make a full video in my pitching series about an off-colors spin-off. I love them. Like, a lot. Pataracha is just sort of okay. She's the only one I don't love. I like her in theory, but almost all her dialogue is just her gag of delayed future vision.
What happens if they find you?
We'll be shattered.
But the rest? Oh fuck yeah. Fluorite is such a sweet grandma-like character. Concept of a fusion of up to 6 gems is really interesting. She also says queer rights.
I'm sure whatever color Lars chooses will be lovely.
The Rutal twins are another really cool idea. And then there's my favorite, Rhodonite. I honestly don't know exactly why I love her so much. She's just so cool. I like how she acts sort of motherly to Pataracha. I love her design, and I love the idea of a pearl and ruby, or really any 2 gems, owned by the same gem fusing. I've got my own headcanon surrounding all of the off-colors, which I'll get into in that full pitching video. But today we're talking about the actual Steven Universe show. I love Lars' sacrifice. Yeah, he's scared, but he won't let that stop him from doing the right thing, and not running away again, like he did at the end of season 4. I could bring up my stupid Griff comparison again, and say how Lars deciding to no longer run from the fight is like how in season 15 of Red vs. Blue, Griff initially didn't want to fight due to his insecurities, but then he came back to save the day. But that was already a dumb comparison that made little to no sense, but whoops, I've already written it into the script, so oh well. Anyway, Lars is dead. Except no, he's just become way hotter now. I mean he's pink, he's Why am I so gay for this cartoon, man? I really like the symbolism of Lars essentially being reborn after completing his character arc, and Steven being able to resurrect him doesn't make him OP. Unless Buddy Budrick was lying in his journal, Rose had multiple lions, so why would she only resurrect one of them? I feel this makes it pretty clear that the whole resurrection power is a one-time thing. This is pretty personal, but I really like this.
Besides, us off-colors stick together.
Besides, us weirdos have to stick together, you know?
I know this phrase didn't originate from the Owl House, but its use in that show is super special to me. But now, with Lars' arc completed and Steven safely home, the Homeworld arc can finally end on this super sweet scene.
This is hopeless. We'll never get that dropship to fly, and we're losing time! Who knows what they're doing to Steven? Hi, Steven. What are we going to do?
I'm back!
Beautiful. So that's the first 4 episodes done, and oh fuck, we're gonna be here a long time, aren't we? I call the second arc of the season the Converse arc. That's the ship name for Steven and Connie for all you normal people. I don't need to defend Connie's reaction to what Steven did at the end of season 4. The amount of hate she gets for this is just stupid and clearly only exists due to racism and misogyny. Connie was right, Steven was a dick. Let's talk about the main episode of Dewey Wins now. I honestly really like it. I think it's good to start Steven's little arc here, showing the parallels to what he's experiencing with Connie and the mayoral debate between Bill Dewey and Nana Pizza. Steven seeing how Bill, who up until now has seen protecting Beach City as solely his duty, give it up when realizing Nana is right, and Beach City can only prosper as a community working together. It's not a one-to-one comparison, but it's enough to help Steven understand Connie's perspective. Then, in Gemcation, he learns he needs to give her time, and how long that takes isn't up to him. I love seeing how deeply Garnet, Amethyst, and Pearl love and care for Steven. Even if they don't understand his actual struggles with his relationship with Connie, the effort they all put into making him happy is just beautiful, especially with Pearl, who was clearly struggling a lot, since she still thinks he's feeling down about being taken to Homeworld, and she obviously still has her own baggage about that place, which, like last season, she almost let slip out.
There are things that are impossible for me to explain, but I want to.
Steven,
But the best part of this episode is easily everything with Greg, reinforcing that no matter what anyone says, no matter how many people call him Rose Quartz, he is and will always be Steven Universe, the human. He may have crazy powers, but he will always be a real human, with real human issues and struggles. Let's talk about the barn gaze now. We see Steven learn to simply let go of constantly worrying about Connie. He needs to get back to his life, and Connie will be there when she's ready. Obviously this episode is peak because it has Peridot. We've been over this multiple times, but this is more of a Lapis episode, showing how while she's grown so much since that night Steven saved her from the mirror, she's still flawed. But I really like that Peridot and Steven aren't angry with her. Upset? Oh, absolutely. Angry? No. They know how awful her life has been, and they just want to help her, but she shuts them out. And hey, this sounds familiar. Next episode is the best ever because not only does it have Peridot, not only does it have a train, but it has Peridot on a train. Name me something more autistic than Peridot on a train. Trick question, you can't. Like Too Short to Ride and Beta, the trio of Steven, Amethyst, and Peridot is awesome. I love seeing more of Amethyst's aggressive love and dedication to cheering Perry up, trying to appeal to her interests like kindergartens, and boasting about how smart she is. And I especially love its message that, yeah, sometimes life sucks, and you can't do anything about it. But that doesn't take away from all the greatness of life. It's just like the 11th Doctor said.
The way I see it, every life is a pile of good things and bad things. The good things don't always soften the bad things, but vice versa. The bad things don't necessarily spoil the good things or make them unimportant.
Just like we've seen Lars being more open about himself, we see the same with Sadie. We got a bit of it last season, but this is when we really start seeing it. With her officially making a band with Jenny, Buck, and Sour Cream, finally making the decision to quit her dead-end job and go for what she really wants in life. Now, due to how I want this video to end, I'm going to be giving my song ranking as we go.
Oh, we are the working dead, and we lurch for minimum wage.
Yeah, this song is pretty good, nothing amazing, but for what it's trying to be, I like it. Now we end the Converse arc with Kevin Party. Kevin does the one singular positive thing in his whole life by getting Steven and Connie in the same place so they can talk about their problems. It's a really sweet way to end this arc. I love Connie's new design, and my favorite part is that it's specifically Steven and Connie who get the last laugh, not Stevonnie. They learned from their last experience with Kevin not to give him what he wants. He doesn't deserve to be in the presence of someone as awesome as Stevonnie. But you want to know who does deserve to be in the presence of someone as cool as Stevonnie? The off-colors! The middle arc starts off with a bang. Lars of the Stars drops us right into the action. There's so much potential for a spin-off series here. But again, I'm saving that for a future video. I like that Lars, while having completed his main arc, still struggles emotionally and his fears and insecurities are still present. With how he immediately starts thinking Sadie doesn't care about him and that she doesn't miss him. That's life. We're constantly changing and growing right until our death. We never reach a point where everything's fine forever. And Stevonnie, of course, is the one to bring Lars back to reality by simply being just the coolest person ever. And the new design with new hair and Beat City Drift outfit, it's easily their best look in the show until now. And while we're talking about cool people,
You will not go at hyperspeed!
Bingo bongo.
I fucking love Lars. Bingo Bongo is permanently stuck in my vocabulary now. And then Stevonnie decides, yeah, I'm just gonna be even cooler and destroy the Destiny Destroyer to defeat Emerald. Stevonnie's just so cool. Now, Jungle Moon is a really cool episode. First off, alien world. For the first, and I think only time, we see a world that is neither human or gem. Of course gems have been there, but we get to see the native ecosystem that has been able to prosper since the diamonds left. And, okay, I know I just said we saw Stevonnie's best design, but now they have stubble. So yeah, this is their best design. I fucking love Stubble Stevonnie. This episode also gives us some neat setup for the finale, with Stevonnie's dream as we get more insight into who Pink was. How she was smaller, more excited and jovial compared to the other diamonds, that vastly different personality acting towards a hint to her identity as Rose. But we also see her more aggressive side when we get our first actual look at her. And the next episode gives us even more hints towards Pink's identity, like the two of them never being shown directly with each other in Garnet's story, but especially in how Steven talks about Stevonnie's dream. Having dreams through the diamonds isn't new for him. He did it with Blue last season, but this felt different.
And she's gone, Steven. Your mother made sure of that.
But I felt such a strong connection.
Your Mother of Mine is also just awesome for Garnet meeting the off-colors. She's so fucking awesome, oh my god. The Big Show is a really nice story with a cool framing device. We got 2 songs this episode, so let's talk about those.
Every night we're Sadie Killer and the Suspects. Whoa, Sadie Killer and the Suspects.
Yeah, this is my least favorite of the season. But again, like The Working Dead, it's good for what it is.
I think I might be a good.
Same thing here, except this one has an actual role in the story with Sadie and her mum, which I honestly relate to a lot. Just replace music with YouTube videos. Back to Garnet being awesome, I love pool hopping. Not only does it have adorable kitty cats, but it's an incredibly sweet story about the bond these two share, and how proud Garnet is of how much Steven has grown. And speaking of growth, Letters to Lars is a wonderful end to the citizens of Beach City, showing us how the whole town has changed, not just the crystal gems. And with that, the middle arc is over. I call the next arc the Garnet arc, even though she really isn't relevant to the first 2 episodes. Starting with Can't Go Back. I don't know if this episode's title was meant to have a double meaning, but even if it's not, I like how you can interpret the title both as Lapis feeling she can't go back to Earth after how she left, but also from the perspective of the audience, not being able to go back. This is the point of no return. From here on out, it's non-stop build up to the finale. This is a really nice way to set up the end of Lapis's arc, which would come to fruition a few episodes later. It also made me wonder why Lapis hasn't sung before.
Smiling on that distant shore.
Jennifer Paz's voice is so amazing. It sucks all she got was this and one song in Future. But back to me calling this episode starting a non-stop journey to the finale. Well, that starts with Steven's dream of Pearl, leading to one of the best episodes of the show. A single, pale Rose. I'm not gonna pretend the twist wasn't spoiled for me, because it was, but I can't deny how well it was all set up and built up across the episode. All these little hints towards the truth, as well as showing Pearl's trauma after the direct aftermath of the Diamond's attack.
We're the only ones left. Homeworld. They were all leaving. We thought we'd won. There was a bright light and everyone was... Why did I do it?
And all of it building to this.
We can leave our old lives behind. If this is really my world, I want to give it to the crystal gems. I want to live here with human beings. I want to live here with you. We'll both finally be free.
I can't believe I'm going to do this.
I can't exactly shatter myself.
I think my favorite part of this is the pause between Rose saying, I can't exactly shatter myself, and reverting to her form as Pink, letting the audience figure it out on their own before explicitly revealing it. And after hiding this secret to herself for so long, Pearl is finally able to come clean to Steven, as well as Amethyst and Garnet. Now the Garnet arc can really start. Something I only picked up on this rewatch was the differences between Ruby and Sapphire's reaction to the last time they had unfused. In Keystone Motel, Ruby was very outwardly angry about the situation with Pearl, while Sapphire was trying to be much calmer, trying to move past it. This time, however, it's flipped. Sapphire is the one who's mad, and Ruby is the one that's trying to stay calm. I love now we're only falling apart. It's added backstory for Rose, showing how she genuinely loved the Earth and the life it creates. Rose was flawed, but she genuinely wanted to do good. She didn't see other gems as beneath her, like the diamonds or other highly ranked gems would. She was inspired by them. She was inspired by Garnet just as much as Garnet was inspired by her. I also love it showing another side to Sapphire we haven't really seen from her. We never really seen Sapphire get mad like this on her own. and despite her anger, she still does love Ruby. Ruby and Sapphire are great, fully fleshed characters in their own right, outside of just they fuse into Garnet.
But she's so wonderful and spontaneous. I have no idea what she could... Why would she be a cowboy?
There.
Okay, this is one of the funniest clips in the show. I don't make the rules. Now, what's your problem? I feel I haven't praised Amethyst enough recently, so thank God for this episode giving us some of her best moments. I think this episode solidifies my belief that Amethyst and Steven are my favorite dynamic in the show. Amethyst is just so fucking awesome. She loves Steven so much, and the show is so good! I'm losing my mind. I'm going to freaking...
Wanna know how I feel, Steven? I feel like I don't want to say, what about me, okay? And I don't want to be bent out of shape. I don't want to be stuck in the past. And I'm not responsible for what Rose did. But I am responsible for me. And right now, I am not going to dump another 1,000-year-old complex on you or anybody else. I'm ending it right here. I am the ding-dong sunshine future. Your friend forever. And I'm not gonna fall apart on you.
Everything about this is so good. She loves him. That's her fucking brother. Oh my gosh, I'm going to go. I'm actually insane right now.
Hey, Amethyst?
What?
I can't believe I'm going to say this, but I think you're officially the most mature crystal gem.
Oh, no. Oh, gross, that's what this is, isn't it?
Yeah, pretty much.
No.
Like, how do people see this and not just think, oh yeah, this is like one of the best shows ever created? Fuck! And now Ruby's a cowboy. Again, like Sapphire, we get to see more Ruby as an individual. Even more so here, she's a cowboy. Ruby can now join Daryl in the Gay Red Cowboy Club, although Daryl sadly never got a banger like this.
Ruby Rider is Ruby riding along.
This song is simply just fun. It's good for showing Ruby's current feelings, and it's just really nice to listen to. I love the ending to this episode. It's a great message about how romantic relationships, or really any relationships, don't fully define us. But that doesn't take away from how important those bonds are. Ruby loves being a cowboy, but she also still loves Sapphire and still wants to be Garnet with her. No matter what happened in the past, she can have both, all resulting in not just one of the best scenes in the show, but one of the most important scenes in children's entertainment.
Sapphire, will you marry me? What? Marry you? Yeah. Of course. Yeehaw!
Not only is this scene beautifully written, animated, voice acted, and scored, but this proposal led to the episode Reunited, which I'll get to soon right after we talk about Maid of Honor. First, I like the wordplay in the title. Second, I love how they handled Bismuth's return. Bismuth was shown to already deeply regret her actions at the end of Bismuth. And from everything we saw of her, and what we've been told by Garnet and Pearl, of course she isn't going to be mad again seeing Steven. And while she does get mad seeing the bubbled gems, once she's shown the truth, she doesn't fight it. She never really needed a redemption arc. And once Steven tells her the truth about Rose and Pink, okay, she's still mad, of course, but, you know, she handled it pretty well.
Oh my god! It all makes sense now!
And everything I've been talking about with her character and all that, it means Pearl, Ruby, and Sapphire immediately welcoming her back in open arms, not feel rushed. I love this episode. But now it's time to talk about one of the objectively most important pieces of children's entertainment, and also queer media as a whole, Reunited. For Just One Day, Let's Only Think About Love is a beautiful song. I love how much it feels like a musical with all the small dialogue segments, and referencing things like Lapis and the cluster as setup for later in the episode. And it's also just got wonderful lyrics. Yeah, life sucks, there's so many horrible things happening right now, but why let that get us down when Ruby and Sapphire are getting married?
There's an awful lot of awful things we could be thinking of, but for just one day, let's only think about.
Just one day, let's only think about. Just one day, let's only think about.
Everything about this wedding is perfect. I find it kind of hard to put into words, it's just perfect.
When we're together, it feels like it's okay to just be me. So I want to be me with you.
You changed my life, and then I changed your life, and now we change our lives.
First gay wedding in a kid's cartoon, between two characters first shown in that relationship before same-sex marriage had even been legalized in the US. In my 40-minute Our House review from a few months ago, I talked about how the LGBT rep in that show really helped me with my journey of queer discovery, and Our House and many other shows would not have the rep they do if it wasn't for Steven Universe. And I absolutely love how Rebecca Sugar made sure to fuck with the overseas censors by putting Sapphire in a suit and Ruby in a dress, since overseas Ruby was often censored to being changed to male. And we also get huge plot progression, making it a non-skippable episode. I couldn't figure out how to smoothly transition to this point, so I'm just gonna squish it in here. Peridot in her yellow dress is adorable. Look at the autism bean. I want to pop her.
Hey! Yellow Clawed! Remember me?
No.
Fuck yeah, that's the spirit, Yellow. This whole sequence is really interesting. Before I watched the show, the internet told me Steven was some sappy pacifist who never fights. Did you guys watch the show? Steven and the Gems aren't strict pacifists. They will fight if they have to. The diamonds are fucking powerful. They know they absolutely stand zero chance at winning a fight with them. Fighting them as hard as they can until they shut the fuck up and listen is the best course of action. I also don't know where this idea that Steven was super forgiving of the diamonds came from. Like, that never happened. Oh, also, we're talking about the finale arc now. It basically switches in the middle of the episode. Another detail that isn't really relevant to my talking points is Ronaldo having the really cool sword you give him in Save the Light. That's cool. What's also cool is the return of Lapis and the cluster, which was neatly set up, as I said, in For Just One Day, Let's Only Think About Love. This is a great sequence as a whole. Everyone fighting together, Lapis being unfazed by Blue's power, Stronger Than You playing over Garnet. It's all so cool. Okay, enough rambling. The diamonds did not immediately change. I don't know where this idea came from. They stopped fighting because they genuinely believe Steven is pink right now. And that's how Steven is able to change their mind across these last episodes, as they learn who he is because they will listen to him. And as to the whole, oh, they're not fighting the diamonds, they're just being nice to Nazis bullshit. 1. Don't just throw around the word Nazi like it has no meaning. Fuck off. Especially in regards to a show created by a Jewish person, because you have no idea what you're talking about. And 2, what the hell are they supposed to do? There's absolutely no chance of the crystal gems killing or even just imprisoning the diamonds. So the options are, do nothing, or get them to spend the rest of their existence undoing all the damage they had caused. Also, you know, the diamonds are literally the only ones with the power to undo all that damage, so fuck all those corrupted gems, I guess. The choice seems pretty obvious, and Steven never started liking the diamonds. He still hated them and only acted nice because that's just who he is, and it's the logical thing to do when trying to convince someone to change their mind. Now, this is our first time really seeing Homeworld. We hardly saw any of it at the start of the season, but now it's here on full display. It's time to talk about White Diamond. Firstly, her pearl.
Only Pink Diamond's presence is necessary.
Hearing a voice that is clearly not DD Mango Hall come from a pearl, on top of her pure white and cracked eye, well, that's terrifying. And then it's like, oh, that's why her voice is different. She's being mind controlled by White, who...
Hello, Starlight. You certainly gave everyone a scare. They're all just thrilled to see you safe and sound.
Oh my god, this is how you make an impression. Christine Ebersol's performance is just brilliant, and I just love her whole design and demeanor. The pure white room, it's all just...
You're here. Come in.
Okay.
Hold on. That was the old Minecraft splash sound, what the fuck? As I said, Steven is able to convince the diamonds since they still think he's pink. We do see change over time, like Blue actually calling him Steven. They also don't just go along with everything he says. They don't respect the other crystal gems, they don't respect his desire to wanting to have fun at the ball, and they super don't respect him for fusing with Connie, especially White, who again, through White Pearl / Pink Pearl / volleyball / whatever, is pretty fucking scary. I know I'm gonna get people making fun of me for saying that, but to me, shit like this that just unnerves you with no direct threat is what I find truly scary. Now, before we go further, no, I did not forget about Familiar. I just couldn't figure out how to fit it in naturally until now, so let's talk about that. Because Zach Callison decided he was gonna walk into the recording booth and just sing with the voice of a god.
And stop the spread of terror across space.
Holy caterpillar in a pie. This song is just so brilliant. I'm losing my mind over how beautiful it is. Now, escapism is very simple for the penultimate story, but it ends wonderfully. This is just one of the most beautiful songs in the whole show, both in terms of the song itself and the visuals. But now, we've reached it. Change your mind. When I first watched this, my reaction was just, that's it? That's what the internet got all mad about? That was beautiful and one of the greatest things I've ever seen. It's not hard to see why this finale and the show as a whole got so much hate. It's just down to basement dwellers throwing a tantrum that it's a queer show created by a non-binary Jewish bisexual. Also that stupid fucking Lily Orchard video that's probably one of the worst videos ever put in this site. No Lily, Stavati is not being sexualized here. This scene isn't sinister. Yellow Diamond wasn't treated super seriously in her debut. She literally turns into a fucking soy jack. But I don't want to talk about that bullshit. So I'm just gonna recommend these two videos I'll link in the description if you want to see proper debunks of Lily Orchard and some other terrible videos on Steven Universe. I like the way we see the diamonds all begin to side with Steven. Starting of course with Blue, who was always shown to be the more emotional one. And it's through Blue that Steven is able to partially convince Yellow so they stand a chance against White. I love Steven bringing back the iconic, if every pork chop were perfect we wouldn't have hot dogs quote. It fits the message really well. No one can really be perfect, and imperfections are what make life so great. Again, Blue and Yellow aren't completely changed yet. And of course White doesn't care what they have to say, why would she? So whoops, everyone is falling now. Smokey comes back, which is always a delight, but I'm more hyped with the introduction of Rainbow Quartz 2.0 and Sunstone. Rainbow is fucking awesome, and he's got a British accent, so when I say he's fucking awesome, you know I mean it. I also just love his whole personality. A brilliant mix between Pearl's polite dignity and Steven's whimsical childlike wonder.
That one too.
Sunstone is simply the definition of cool.
Let's take that bully down! But remember, kids, if you ever have to deal with a bully, be sure to tell an adult.
Oh, that's yet another fourth wall break. Maybe I was wrong in the last video about this being Sardonyx's fault. Maybe all this is Uncle Grandpa's fault. Or maybe it was the fault of that dude from that OKKO episode who was trying to take power of Cartoon Network characters across the multiverse, one of them being Garnet. Anyway, all these new designs are awesome. I love Pearl's jacket, Amethyst is finally free of that ugly white shirt, Goddess' new star visor looks great, and oh yeah, Lapis, Peridot, and Bismuth are here now. Those first two finally getting stars in their design, truly making them crystal gems. And then we get Obsidian. This was the only time you could really have them finally appear. But now we've reached the climax. Oh my gosh, everything about this is brilliant. More of White's terrifying presence with that really unsettling sound. White's laugh too. Oh god!
Your mom?
It's also stress-inducing, and then it just hits you with probably the most stress-inducing scene of the show.
It's time to come out, Pink.
And then it happens. If the Diamonds couldn't be convinced through Steven's words, they'll need to be convinced by having the truth shouted in their face.
She's gone.
What did you say?
She's
Peak. That's all I can say. Peak. And oh, look at that, James Baxter came along to give us some of the most beautiful animation in the show. What else can I even say at this point? This finale is just so good. Oh my gosh.
You are not half human. You're just acting like a child.
I am a child. What's your excuse?
Not only is that just a really awesome comeback, but it's just the perfect way to hit the nail in the coffin to change White's mind by forcing her to see the flaws in herself. Genuinely, simply peak.
Let me drive my van into your heart. Let me drive my van into your heart.
What a perfect song to bring back in the finale, taking us back to the second episode of the show. And hey, the off-colors are here too. I love Lars and Sadie's reunion, seeing how much they've both grown from selling donuts together. And I love this moment between Lars and Lion. Nothing needs to be said, it's just a sweet, gentle moment. You know what this means. And how do we end this brilliant show? Well, what other way could it be?
We are the crystal gems. We'll always save the day. Garnet, amethyst, and pearl and...
In the winter of 2023, I watched Steven Universe, the movie, and Future for the first time. And I loved it. There's still so much more to talk about with this show. So join me next time as I continue to go over why Steven Universe was great. And even after that brilliant song, the final scene is perfect. Just Steven, Garnet, Amethyst and Pearl together on the beach.
But I want you to know you could know me if you change your mind.
So, Steven Universe, the movie. I love it a lot. I actually watched the sing-along version of it from the Steven Universe Complete Collection for this rewatch, and I was singing to all of it. That's probably the best part of the film. Most of the songs are simply peak, and this video is honestly gonna be mostly me just praising the music. So let's begin the film. The opening credits are accompanied with some stunning art, like, wow, this is so beautiful. And the music is great too. The tale of Steven is wonderful. I really like whenever the Diamonds sing. It's just unfortunate that it has to share a movie with so many other amazing songs, that it gets kinda overshadowed. I still love it though.
Steven.
Now, I have a theory. I think a good amount of people who hate Change Your Mind didn't actually watch it, and they just watched this film with its little recap. So they had a very simplistic view of the show's events informing their dumb takes. Anyway, Steven is 16 now, and Zach Callison has given him a new voice.
How's it going, everybody?
Yeah, I know it's technically not new, but shut up. I don't know why it took me until my third watch, but I finally noticed Spinell right here at the start. neat setup. I think it's also worth noting that Steven still doesn't like the diamonds. I talked about this in my last video, but Steven was never all yay happy diamond friends. He clearly doesn't like them, and he's being pretty passive aggressive.
That's great! Good job! Keep it up! Bye!
Let Us Adore You falls into the same category as The Tale of Steven, where it's overshadowed by the rest of the music, but it's still pretty good. Now, back to Beat City. I love seeing how much has changed. Obviously, the temple house has been rebuilt after getting wrecked, but now even more gems are living on Earth, and wow, Steven and Connie are actually together now, I guess. I like how it's not really made a big deal, it's just, yeah, here they are in the future. And now we get to the incredible songs. Happily Ever After is just wonderful. It's a great refresh of who our main characters are. It's super uplifting. I love Steven and Amethyst's little handshake, and holy shit, Amethyst gets to sing again for the first time since like season 2. And she gets a lot to sing in this film, which is awesome. Because Michaela Dietz is a great singer who I wish got to sing more. Well, at least she actually got to sing in the show. I love seeing the Famethysts appear here too. The Famethysts are just so fucking awesome. Even if they're just in a single picture. I love how the bond between them and our Amethyst is still very strong. And also Lars! Woo! The off colors, hell yeah! I don't care that they don't have speaking roles. I love them. So yeah, this song is very awesome.
Happily ever after, here we are.
But now the film can really begin with the introduction of Spinel. She is an amazing character. First off, her design, these black streets come off as intimidating at first, before later being recontextualized as representing tears from all the pain she feels. And I love how by the end of this film and into future, she still has this appearance. I'll talk a bit more about that later. I also love just how she's animated. The way she moves around and shapeshifts is just marvelous to look at. And her movements feel threatening at first, but it's a great way of establishing her playful personality that has been fading away ever since Pink abandoned her. And Sarah Stiles gives a great performance where she feels like a scary threat, yet you can feel the pain in her voice.
On this nowhere planet with a bunch of nobodies.
And of course, I gotta talk about the absolute banger that is Other Friends.
I heard the story over and over again.
And I also gotta love Spinel for unironically using the phrase, "Gee, it's swell." It's an absolute bop that ends with one of the most chilling shots in the series. This isn't the first time the gems have poofed, but this shot of them cut right in half is just damn. Speaking of great shots, I think this one might be one of my favorites in the entire series. It's definitely the saddest to me. It really doesn't seem that significant on the first watch, but once we learn what the Rejuvenator does and who Spinel is, the fact that she's smiling is just heart-shattering. She was clearly suicidal. Rejuvenation is essentially death. And if Steven hadn't attacked her with it, she would have very likely done it to herself to take that pain away. Now, with everyone rejuvenated, we get the song with my favorite name of anything. System/boot.pearl_final3.info. You can't change my mind, that is the greatest song title ever. Just as a song though, it's good. Not amazing, but something I actually find myself listening to pretty often.
Your new best friend, Spinel.
Something I don't really get is Steven not being able to store things in Lion's mane. Like, that was never tied to his powers? Does this mean Laza's hair also doesn't work? What would happen if someone was already in that weird dimension? Would they just be stuck? I know Steven still having the Rejuvenator comes back later, but couldn't he have just put it in his pocket straight away without this weird inconsistency? While it would be nice for Perry, Lapis and Bismuth to have more prominent roles, it makes sense to have this story focused on our core four. But on the bright side, Bismuth at least actually gets to sing. Sure, it's not a complete solo, but she's still the most prominent character for it. And I love it, it's so uplifting and makes me feel so good.
We'll find a way to save the day. That's who we are.
Now, I can see the arguments that the gems being restored in just a couple of hours feels too fast. And yeah, that's probably true. But I really don't mind, since this story is much less about the plots and more about the characters. And it's that character stuff that I love so much. I also love that Ruby and Sapphire's first fusion is reversed this time, with Sapphire being the one to save Ruby instead of Ruby saving Sapphire. And while I can't rank it as the best song, Isn't It Love by far has the best visuals of probably any Steven Universe song. And on top of that, it's just a beautiful song, and well, yeah, it's a Garnet song, so that's a given.
And isn't it love?
Now, we get to see more of my favorite dynamic of the show, with Steven and Amazon. What the fuck?! Why hasn't Onion aged? Why is he still exactly the same? Why is he still exactly the same as he was in season 1? What are you, Onion? What the fuck are you? Okay, no matter what, I'm not gonna beat around the bush, this is the best song in the movie. And it's also not just one of my favorite Steven Universe songs, but one of my favorite songs, period. Even separated from the love I have for the bond between these two characters. Beyond there being a train, it's just genuinely an amazing song. Beautiful lyrics, wonderful music, and amazing singing from Zach Callison and Michaela Dietz.
I'm gonna be right by your side no matter what.
God, I love these two so much. This song is just so beautiful. Now, a funny thing is, that was my favorite song of the movie. And the next song, Disobedient, is actually my least favorite. I don't dislike it, it serves a purpose in the story, I love seeing everyone having a good time, and I love Sadie, but this wasn't your best show. So yeah, sorry Sadie, don't worry, you'll get the praise you truly deserve very soon. Independent Together, however, is truly amazing. I love the visuals, the lyrics, the performances, and hey, Opal is back and sings, that's really cool. And the whole idea of being independent together is such a perfect way of describing fusion.
Nothing is holding me back now.
My only issue is that it does get kind of repetitive towards the end. Like, I get it. You're independent together, independent together, independent together, you and I. You don't have to say that 2,000 times. Shut up. I know I've kind of been rambling a lot and not being saying that much, but let's just pause a bit and actually talk about Spinel. This gets talked more about in future in the episode Volleyball, but I really like how Spinel doesn't just get over what Pink did to her. That kind of trauma can stay with you for life. Over the course of the last few songs, she's seen the love shared between the crystal gems, reigniting her memories of the love once shared between her and Pink, and then drift away. Just wow.
Happily watching her drift away.
It's absolutely heart-shattering. Even more so when you go back to the show, and while watching the crystal gems having fun adventures, you remember this is happening. Spinel was still waiting. And waiting. And waiting. And oh god, again with her tear marks on her face, it's such a brilliant design choice. Honestly, after this rewatch, I think Spinel might be one of my favorite characters in the show. Like, honestly, I think she might even be in like a top 5 for me. She's definitely not going to be topping Peridot anytime soon, but she's definitely up there. Found is another great song. It's short but sweet. It's great at making you feel at least a bit better after Drift Away completely breaks your heart.
I already feel found.
I've said in the past that I feel Spinel immediately going back to being aggressive so fast felt cheap and like poor writing. But really thinking about it, I'm fine with it. The whole thing about past traumas never really going away isn't just about some black marks in her design. It's reflected in her actions. Of course she's going to feel threatened by seeing Steven with the Rejuvenator. She is still in a very horrible, horrible place. Again, look at her smile here. This was really only a minute ago from her own perspective. It took Amethyst and Pearl being restored to get her this far, but there's still 2 crystal gems left, with 2 of the best songs in the film to bring her further into the light. This song kind of speaks for itself. Like, you know why it's great. I don't really need to explain myself. It's true kind of love. It's brilliant.
It's the true kind of love.
And the final confrontation between Steven and Spinel. I love it! Spinel is such a good character! And Change is so fucking amazing.
You can make it better. We don't have to fight.
And after that, well, that's basically the end of the movie. There isn't really a complete set full ending. Because really Steven Universe is about life, and life goes on. This is such a sweet way to end the film. And with 2 songs back to back, just both amazing.
Today, come live with us in the past. Right now, there's a room waiting for our love again.
I just love this movie. It may not be the craziest thing in the world, but it's a wonderful little character-driven story. I know this video has been very rambly, and it's mostly just been me talking about how much I love the music, but hey, what you gonna do? I be Dr. Lovington, like and subscribe to make me smile, and I'll see you next time to talk about Future.
Happily ever after, never end.
Let's start things a bit differently by beginning with my song ranking.
Camshafts is the place to bring your wreck. Get your car repaired for cheap and fair without risking your neck. Camshaft.
Stick by stick, the little blackbird builds a nest. A mess for
He's a pet for your tummy. Cookie cat. He's super duper yummy. Cookie cat.
He left his family behind.
These are all pretty good. I ranked the original Cookie Cats near the bottom in my season 1 video, but this version is a lot better. I guess it's due to the added context of taking the first song in the show and making it the final song in the show. Obviously excluding We Are the Crystal Gems and Being Human. Also, the Tiding song is just fun. I love everything about Rainbow 2.0. And you know, I'm not even that fazed by Onion not aging like I was in the movie video. Even by the end of the season, which takes place months later, he's still exactly the same as he is from the very beginning of the show. He's obviously just some sort of almighty deity created through the supreme powers of Adali and Yellowtail. Sour Cream sadly missed out on that due to having this thing for a biological father. Anyway, let's get back to that song ranking.
My little reason why I'll never make you cry. Oh, I have got the sweetest things to tell you every day. Ooh, why so blue?
I feel the music in Future is a lot more calming than the rest of the series. My Little Reason Why especially, but my number 1 song is something really special. While I still stand by what I said months ago about Stronger Than You being the best song in Steven Universe, I believe there's a difference between what I say is the best and my personal favorite. So ladies and gentlemen and variations thereupon, my favorite song in all of Steven Universe.
I'm looking forward, I'm looking forward, I'm looking forward now.
I said Sadie would be getting the praise she deserves very soon in the last video, and I meant it. It just hits me really hard in a way I can't really describe. It feels so special. I especially love the instruments used And while I love her in all the songs she's been a part of, I think this is Kate Masucci's best performance in terms of singing in the show. I really do just feel like how Steven is listening to it. And I haven't even mentioned the actual lyrics that make me love it so much. Out of all the songs in Future, this one I feel is the one that best ties into the overall message of the series and Steven's arc. I'd Rather Be Me With You is also definitely there, but Looking Forward is just so perfect, and I kinda sometimes wish that the credits to The Future had Being Human replaced with this song, as Steven drives off, looking forward to his future. But now let's actually talk about that arc, which is really the whole main focus of this. There are two halves of it. The first half lasting up until Little Graduation, which, hey look, that's the episode we're looking forward is. And then the second half obviously just lasts till the end. The first sets up a lot of the themes of the series, specifically through characters who aren't Steven. This is great for two reasons. Not only do we get to see the struggles these characters are going through and how they deal with them, which gets followed up when we see how Steven deals with his struggles, but we also see Steven constantly trying to help them through them, which is a very big plot point. And we see all of this from the very first scene. This scene not only serves as very natural exposition for the audience, where the new status quo is established through Steven explaining everything to this newly resurrected Cherry Quartz.
Lars opened up his own pastry shop. Sadie's been touring with the Suspects. Connie has been getting a head start on college prep.
But notice that something is missing. Or rather, someone. Steven is so happy to tell about what everyone is doing. Everyone that is, except himself. Perfectly setting up his character arc for this series. One about him learning to love himself. And while helping others is good, he can't do that if he's not helping himself. And his future is unknown. He doesn't know what's coming next, but that's okay. And this isn't something new, it's been a part of the show for a while now.
Am I supposed to be... Did she want me to be Nora?
Steven, she just wanted you to be you. When you have a kid, you have no idea who they're gonna be. Even Garnet couldn't predict it. That's what was so exciting to your mom, that life is full of so many possibilities and you would get to explore them for yourself.
And something else that's been a part of the show for quite a while is something I mentioned back in my season 3 review, that being Steven's desire to try and help Jasper despite her constant refusal to change. And while it was probably the best thing he could do back then during those events in season 3, Jasper's been back for like 2 years now and is still just her same old self. It's not a coincidence Steven's glowing problems start right here, trying to solve a problem he can't fix nor is responsible for, only resulting in him hurting himself, just making him feel angry and nothing else. That's not to say that being angry is bad. He has every right to be angry, but taking any emotion to the extreme will result in negative consequences, even ones we consider to be positive. That's literally the point of the series. Steven trying to hide his negative feelings and trying to be positive all the time only hurts him. Okay, now I need to rant a little bit because so much of the hate this series gets is because Steven is apparently too mean and unlikable. I'm sorry, but if you think this, then it just comes across as extremely ableist. Steven is very clearly suffering from borderline personality disorder, or BPD. He shows a lot of the symptoms, such as feeling of abandonment, explosive anger, feelings of emptiness, extreme mood swings, etc. And BPD is usually a result of childhood PTSD. This isn't even subtext. Sure, the term BPD isn't brought up, but in Growing Pains, Priyanka very clearly states that Steven is struggling due to mental issues caused by all these traumatic things experienced when he was barely old enough to be in high school. This attention brought to the real consequences of his experiences is what I love most about Future. Just like I said in my Big Owl House video, I love when shows acknowledge how these crazy traumatic events can leave a serious mark on the child characters experiencing them. Okay, rant over, let's get back to the show. It's not just Jasper refusing to change though. Ibel and Aquamarine are still very petty. They show the negative side effects of being constantly stuck in the past and refusing to move on. Sure, they can hold a fusion for a while, but it's not a stable relationship at all. That's not to say that we shouldn't think about the past though, because we absolutely should. Volleyball shows how past traumas don't just disappear, but we can learn to live with them, especially by letting others into your struggles and not hiding them or diminishing how they affect you. And Steven's past comes back pretty hard in Rosebuds, still dealing with the consequences of his mother's actions. I really like the whole family aspect, with Steven seeing the Quartzes and himself as siblings, and not letting their mother's actions affect them. And while that's, I was gonna say biological family, but that's not really accurate. But they all came from Rose, so I guess that's basically the same thing. So whatever, let's just start that sentence again. And while that element of biological family is nice, non-biological family is also very important, and Snow Day is a great example of that. The familial bond shared between these four is something I find so incredibly sweet and wholesome. The episode continues showing us Steven's need to help. He's so determined that even a snowstorm won't stop him, and it's also great that Steven isn't the only one who needs to learn. Steven and the Gems are both right and wrong here. Steven is right in that the Gems need to accept that Steven is no longer that little 13-year-old obsessed with cheeseburger backpacks. And the Gems are right that it's okay to hold on to that youthfulness, and Steven needs a better balance between his work and just living. Something that gets explored more in a very special episode. Like Snow Day, Steven feels he needs to help as many people as possible, but the reality is he can't help everyone. He's just one person, and trying to do so will end in disaster for everyone. This is also probably the funniest episode of the season, mainly due to Garnet saying the most random shit ever.
Garnet, can you handle things on your own for a little bit?
No problem. My students love me. Let me tell you all the ways you can get hit by a car.
Sunstone and Rainbow are also amazing here. Steven's pink jacket as well as his black shirt makes Sunstone look amazing. I love this design. Although for Rainbow, the jacket makes him look like ass. Yeah, he's still Rainbow 2.0. I still love him. But going from giving him Steven's shirt and Pearl's jacket to giving him Steven's shirt and Steven's jacket just feels wrong. He's still good old Rainbow 2.0, and while I don't like the design, I still love him.
Come here, you naughty dumpling. Up, gotcha! Why play with sharp objects when you can play with my sharp wit? Crack jokes, not cookie jars, as I always say. Ha ha!
And Sunstone is still the definition of cool. And I can prove that's what they are, cause they probably give the biggest fourth wall break of any character besides Uncle Grandpa.
No!
Hey kids, don't let this happen to you.
And they also give me important safety tips.
And most importantly, turn off motion smoothing on your TV.
Wow, everything looks so much better.
Like I said months ago, give me a full series of shorts that are just Sunstone giving me safety advice. I'd need this. Okay, I got a little distracted there, let's get back on topic. Guidance is another great episode. Part of it is just my love for Steven and Amethyst's relationship, and by extension Smoky Quartz, who has their best design here. Seriously, Steven's pink jacket adds so much. But I also love it as, you know, just an episode. It's not only another example of Steven's need to constantly help, negatively affecting the people he's trying to help, as well as showing him starting to act more like the Diamonds, where he feels the need to control what others do, and this would come back later in fragments. I also love its message about comfort zones. It's okay to stay and just continue with what you know. But the episode still isn't about how you should just never branch out. Sure, operating the Appalachian? I don't know how to pronounce that. Wasn't good for Larimer, but it was because of that experience that she found her new love of giving out prizes to children. And then there's Why So Blue. This also talks about Gems continuing to do the exact same thing they did under the Diamonds. However, it's more so about showing Lapis's growth as a person under Steven's influence. I also want to amend what I said in my season 5 review. Jungle Moon is not the only non-gem alien world we see in the series. I forgot about this place. Now that we've got all that out of the way, we reach Little Graduation, the turning point of the series. Most episodes haven't focused on Steven that much. They're about Jasper, Bluebird, Volleyball, Lapis. But after Little Graduation, the story is strictly about Steven himself. First of all, I want to kiss Lars. I can't believe I went the entirety of my off-colors pitching video without being madly in love with him. So I gotta make up for that now. He's so pretty here. He looks so gender. Steven's obsession to help causes him to become far too invasive into stuff that's really none of his business. This results in the worst case of his pink powers so far. And I know I already talked about it, but Looking Forward is just so good. It's totally different from any of Sadie's other songs, both in lyrics and instruments. Speaking of, I really love the Iwi that Shep plays. And that final scene of Steven just looking up at the stars is one of my favorite scenes of the entire show. This is also where we really start getting into the themes of, well, looking forward, with Steven seeing how the other people in his life are beginning to do so. Back to what I said earlier about looking forward tying into Steven's arc. This episode and song really set in motion all the events building up to the finale. Now that Steven is trying to figure out his future, more of his insecurities start showing themselves, but his desire to help others also means he doesn't want to cause any problems for the people he loves. This self-destructive mindset only continues to get worse. Steven thinks sharing his struggles will hurt those he loves, which obviously isn't true. In A Prickly Pear, all Garnet, Amethyst, and Pearl want is for Steven to tell them how he's feeling. In Dreams, Peridot doesn't give a shit about making the perfect reboot of Camp Pining Heart if it comes at the expense of her friend's mental health. Even before it got really bad, she still felt very uneasy, thinking that this probably isn't the best thing for Steven.
Look, Steven, you seem pretty agitated. Let's just call this whole thing off.
What?
There's no point if you're gonna get all worked up over it.
This is also a great example of Peridot's character development. When I say she's my favorite character, it goes beyond autism bean of silly. She's genuinely an amazing character.
I don't care about the show, and I definitely don't care about Rodrigo. I'm such a clod.
Like, holy shit, Peridot calling herself a Claude is so meaningful. Like, that catchphrase is often used as a joke, but it's really emotional here. The only thing with Peridot that kinda disappoints me is that we really needed some proper Lapidot interactions in future. I joke about these two being adorable gay f***its, but I genuinely love the relationship the show presents between them, and I wish we got to see more of that. I also want to mention something very funny that happened when I rewatched this episode. Out of all the episodes, this one, with all this old VHS shit in it, decided to just glitch break out. I don't know how this happened. I watched this on DVD, I got this collection brand new back in January, and the disc this episode is on has stayed in the case untouched. I have no clue how this happened. Another funny coincidence, this time within the actual show, is this.
Hello, fellow skater. Would you like a fresh roll?
People make fun of her, but she was bloody prepared. Bismuth Casual is fantastic. You got Pearl and Bismuth being lovable gay f***its, and you know what? I don't think I've talked about how much I love Steven and Connie. They make me insane. They're genuinely adorable. Their love is so wholesome. And they're just the definition of soulmates. And with how much Connie loves him, the way Steven thinks about her, or rather how he thinks she feels about him, should show just how severe his mental health is getting.
I wonder if I'm even her best friend anymore.
I mean, I guess he's right. Connie probably doesn't want him as his best friend. I think she's pretty happy being, you know, his girlfriend. Like, come on, we all saw the movie, Steven, we aren't stupid. These anxieties around relationships are another symptom of BPD, as are Steven's feelings of emptiness that he feels needs to be filled by Connie, which, yeah, obviously isn't true. I love the beach scene, because yeah, Steven is trying to move forward in his life, but way too fast. And I honestly feel that uncomfortableness Connie does, but still feel sorry for Steven. We've seen what he's going through, and I love how caring Connie, the Gems, Greg, Priyanka, etc. all are towards him. I already talked about growing pains, but again, I love how seriously Steven's trauma is treated. And from now until I Am My Monster, each episode basically takes place back to back. Each episode directly leads into the next. Growing Pains leads directly into Mr. Universe, which leads directly into Fragments, which directly, yeah, you get the point. Steven and Greg's bond is so wholesome. I just love that we have such a positive father-son bond that doesn't rely on masculinity really at all. Now, Fragments is brilliant. Steven's been trying to downplay his emotions and pushing everyone away, and now it's just really ruining him. When you push away all the people you love, you end up surrounding yourself with bad influences, in this case, Jasper. I really love that the negative influence he has on him is shown in both minor and major ways. Minor in ways like this new form he shapeshifts into, to all of this happening so rapidly in just a few days. Even him eating fish, despite Snowday revealing he's been a vegetarian for a while now. And of course it's shown in major ways, like his rise in aggression, leading to...
I have been holding back.
Becoming what he hates. It's absurd how the same people who complained about Steven and the Gems not killing their enemies are the same ones saying that Steven is too mean in this. Like, isn't this what you people want? He killed Jasper. Yeah, he was able to revive her, but he still did it. Isn't this what you people want? Jesus Christ, he tries to kill White. Wow, Steven Universe sucks. I can't believe Steven became all happy dappy lovey with the 3 diamonds. Fuck off! Anyway, the final 3 episodes are simply peak. Everything's fine shows us how everything is very much not fine. And I Am My Monster. Fuck, man, this is just so beautiful. Everyone hugging Steven and telling him how much they love him and will always love him. And especially coming right after Connie just being so awesome.
This is all my fault.
Yes, it is! Yes, you hurt him, but this isn't the time to make this all about you. That is not helping.
This ending is so amazing. And for a second, I thought maybe Blue Diamond's powers were somehow able to transcend reality into this world. Because I was crying a damn ocean. Look, I kind of just... I don't have a script anymore. My script ends here. I just need to go off the heart for the rest of the video. Steven Universe Future is just one of the most beautiful things I've ever watched. The seriousness in how Steven's issues are treated and presented. I know I've said it a few times, but just the way everyone is so caring towards him. And also just the whole where it's not just Steven needs to love himself. It's not just that, it's also like everyone else needs to make sure he knows they are there for him. They will always be, like, even when they're far apart, even when Steven leaves Beach City, they will be there for him when he needs them. And man, the future, that final story is, oh god, I'm gonna like lose my mind. There's so many little things, all the little bits of saying goodbye to everyone. Even the original We Are the Crystal Gems you can hear playing in the background.
Please take this, the original Crystal Gem flag.
Oh, Steven. If it wasn't for you, none of us would be who we are today.
And the very like final scene, Steven driving off, like not understanding why no one is upset, and then coming back and they all just burst into tears and have a massive hug. I don't understand how people can watch this and like, okay, if you don't like it, that's fine, but to actively say that it's bad, I cannot at all comprehend how anyone could come to this conclusion. Steven Universe Future is my favorite season of the entire show. I like it. I think it's better than... I love all 5 of seasons of the original show, but Future manages to surpass them. It's brilliant. So, as I said in the intro of all of these videos, I've watched Steven Universe, the movie and Future, for I think this is the 4th or 3rd time I've watched through it all. I already can't remember. And the day this video goes up, at least I hope so, if I get all this edited in time, is the 1-year anniversary since I watched The Future. The 1-year anniversary since I made my first Steven Universe video, where I finished Future, turned on a camera, and talked about how much I loved this show. And I'm not done yet. I still got more to go over. The next video is gonna be a while away, because I'm not talking about a season of TV anymore. I gotta play through 3 video games for this next video. So, oh shit, that's gonna be a bummer! Anyway, like and subscribe to make me smile. My name is Dr. Lamington, and I will see you later. I've now reviewed all 5 seasons of Steven Universe, Steven Universe the movie, and Steven Universe Future, but I still have more to review from this franchise. Today, I'll be diving into the world of video games. Specifically, I'll be taking a look at the RPG trilogy of Steven Universe Attack the Light, Steven Universe Save the Light, and Steven Universe Unleash the Light, developed by Grumpy Face Studios. Now, I'm gonna be honest, I'm not that big of a fan of RPGs. I don't really know why. I think they just really aren't for me that much. Although I do find that I do enjoy them when they're surrounding a franchise I'm already pretty familiar with, like Steven Universe. Or for now. So I actually quite enjoy these games a lot, especially Unleash the Light. But we've got 2 other games to talk about before we get to that. I should also mention that this video is going to be a bit more sort of laid back than the previous videos, and it's going to be sort of half review and half sort of recapping my playthrough, random things that happened specifically to me. With all that out of the way, let's begin. So let's get the obvious out of the way first. Attack the Light is a mobile game, and that means there's a problem. See, if I try to go get this game on my modern phone, yeah, I can't play it. Thankfully, I was able to find a working emulator for PC, and that's how I played this game. So keep that in mind. I wasn't playing with a touchscreen, I was playing with a mouse. One great thing about these games is that pretty much the whole cast of the show returns to reprise their roles. Zach Callison, Dee Dee Mango Hall, and Michaela Dietz all return in this game.
It's very dangerous. Well, in the hands of a powerful gem, anyway.
But in the hands of Steven, not so much.
Yeah, me no powerful.
Estelle is the only main cast member who didn't return, so Garnet just speaks in reused lines.
Now this is bad. Now this is bad.
So, what is Attack the Light about? Well, I should first mention that all these games are actually canon. This one takes place during Season 1, at some point in between Fusion Cuisine and Say Uncle, by observing Steven knowing Alexandrite, and Steven not being able to summon his shield at will. And yes, I still maintain that Say Uncle is canon, you can't change my mind on that. Garnet, Amethyst, and Pearl return to the temple with a light prism, a powerful gem weapon, but when they show it to Steven, it sends out a whole bunch of light creatures across the world, and it's up to the crystal gems to go hunt them down and return them to the prism. You travel between different areas on Earth, each area containing multiple different levels with a boss at the end. There's also little secret areas in each level where you can get more items. Sometimes these areas are indicated by a slight glow, sometimes you have to solve a puzzle, as in type in a code where you can find elsewhere, or using these gemstone items. Each area also has these gauntlets, where you go through a bunch of battles without any of your current items, though you can pick up more within them. Due to how early this game takes place in the timeline, Steven doesn't fight, he's solely a support character, and Garnet, Amethyst, and Pearl do all the attacking. I honestly really like this game. I had already played Save and Unleash, but this was my first time playing Attack the Light. The battles have a really good pace to them. There's no waiting around, it's just nice and snappy. No long waits between selecting an action and that action taking place. The diversity in movesets between the 3 gems are also really great. They have completely unique moves and they're balanced very well so you don't end up just spamming one character or one move. However, something that really annoys me about the game is that even if you have enough star points, you may not be able to use certain moves, since you also need to have the right amount of health, or harmony as it's called. I can understand this for summoning Alexandrite, but for everything else it's just irritating, and thankfully this would get removed in the other 2 games, with only star points mattering. As for items, Steven can use 1 item per turn, and they're all pretty standard, you know, restoring health, removing status effects, boosting stats, etc. It's also cool that almost all these items come directly from the show. For example, health can be restored by Cookie Cats, strength is boosted by the headband Steven wears in Coach Steven, Rose's Tears, which you can somehow obtain, restore a knocked out gem during battle. Now, I said most items come from the show, but that's not always the case. There's also the Star Fruit, which will grant you extra star points. I thought I was just forgetting something obvious, but yeah, these aren't in the show apparently. That's such a funny thing to invent for just the games, especially since Star Fruits are one of the most common items. As for difficulty, I think it's pretty good. It has a good pace in how fast it gets harder as you improve your skills. Of course, you'll need to go back to previous areas to unlock more items and badges, as well as to level up to progress. But that's just typical for RPGs. There's also the Diamond mode, which is just more difficult, with stronger enemies and no star symbols to help time attacks and blocks. I didn't really play much of that because there's not much point. It's exactly what it sounds like. It's the same game, just harder. As for those badges I mentioned, you can attach these to gems to give them certain attributes, like immunity to certain status effects, stronger attacks against certain colored enemies, and in the late game, you get a specific badge for each gem that boosts all their stats. That's all I really have to say for gameplay. It's very simple, it's a mobile game, obviously it's going to be pretty basic. The only thing I have left to say is that I feel the story wraps up a bit too fast. You gather all the light, and then the prism forms itself again, and the crystal gems have to fight it. And during the fight, they realize it's trying to serve Steven, which is why it's been constantly attacking the crystal gems, because it thinks they're trying to hurt Steven. So Steven tells it to stop, and then it stops, and it turns into him. That fits with the themes of the show, but I think it happens just a bit too fast for me. In conclusion, this is a pretty fun game. I'm honestly kind of surprised this was a mobile game. I know I said it's very simple, but even so, it's pretty in-depth for a mobile game. I don't know, maybe I'm just gotten used to how shitty mobile games have become over the years, that this is impressive to me now. I also want to mention one really funny thing that happened to me while I was playing. Basically, during the battle, I used a white star fruit, which is an item that gives you one free move. However, right after, I got a game over, and when I got back into the game, it glitched, and it was like I permanently had a white star fruit, cause all my moves were free, and it just didn't stop until I used a second white star fruit. That was really funny. But now it's time to move on to the actual games. I own 3 copies of this game. Why? Well, I originally bought it on Steam, and that's how I originally played it. But if you know anything about me, you know I love me some physical media, and I saw that EB Games was selling it for the Nintendo Switch at a pretty good price. Only issue, they couldn't ship it, and there were no locations near me that had it. Except, I went on a holiday to Tasmania with my family back in January, and when I checked the EB Games website, there was one available at the final destination of our trip in Hobart. So I picked that up so I could have this game on physical media. However, I only have a Nintendo Switch Lite, so I couldn't play this on my TV. So then I decided I needed to buy it a 3rd time, and this time for PlayStation. Thankfully, this time at my local EB Games did have the PS4 version of the game, so I didn't need to travel 3 states away to get it. And that PS4 version is what I played for this video, except it was on my PS5. Also, can I just briefly talk about the physical release of this game? It comes in a double pack with OKKO Let's Play Heroes. I love both of these games. They're both really good, but I don't know why they were paired up. Like, they were made by different studios, there are different genres. Is it just because they're based on Cartoon Network shows and the creators of said shows happen to be married? If that's the case, then that's very funny. Also, this disc really scares me. Just listen to the sound it makes in my PS5. Alright, enough rambling, let's actually talk about this game. Taking place way later during the events of Season 4, sometime between the episodes The New Crystal Gems and Dugout. Since Greg's car wash has the new sign from Lapis, Connie and Peridot, and Onion hasn't been captured by Aquamarine and Topaz yet. Okay, so right away, that's a pretty big jump in time, and I think there should have been some sort of explanation for what Light Steven was doing all this time. I know I'm nitpicking here, but I think we should have just gotten some explanation for why he just wasn't there. But being more positive, I really appreciate the recap of Attack the Light, making this very accessible. Hell, when I first played this game, I didn't know about Attack the Light, and this felt very natural. Part of that is probably due to how simple Attack the Light story is. Speaking of which, being a proper game, this has a much more in-depth story that even ties into parts of the show. Back in Monster Reunion, Neferai draws her past to Steven, including her old commander. That commander being Hessenite, who is the main antagonist of this game. I love her, and a big reason is down to Christine Baranski's performance. She does a great job making her sound proud, intelligent, and threatening all at once.
Ah, the Did you miss me? Now let's see, where is... Oh, there you are.
Speaking on voice acting, we actually get a lot more this time. Pretty much the entire cast is here, though none of the random citizens of Beat City are voiced unfortunately. But like Attack the Light, Zach Callison, Dee Dee Mankahul, and Michaela Dietz are here. Estelle recorded new lines for this, and then of course we've got Tom Sharpling, Grace Rolick, Shelby Barbara, and even Jennifer Paz with Lapis's very small appearance in this game. So let's get into the actual plot of this. A new homeworld gem called Hessenite arrives on Earth. Turns out she was the original owner of that light prism. She's very upset that the prism wants to think for itself now and forcibly takes it, and now there's light construct prism creatures all over the place. And it's up to the crystal gems to stop them and find out what Hessenite's plan is. I also think it's really sad that one of the first things that happens in this game is Hessenite completely destroying the car wash right after Connie, Lapis, and Peridot fixed it all up with a brand new sign. It just got completely wrecked immediately. That's just so sad and also very, very funny. You start off with just Steven and Connie, and then Greg, Garnet, Amethyst, and Pearl individually over the course of the early game, and Peridot a bit later as well. The world of the game is far better. You can now move around freely, and the worlds are much more immersive. They actually feel like places instead of video game levels. You can talk with most Beat City characters and even get little side missions from them, like delivering pizzas for Kiki, or finding glow sticks for sour cream, or getting ice for Sadie. And you can even go to the different shops like Beat City Fries or the Big Donuts and buy various items. And once you leave Beat City, Onion will randomly appear to sell you things, which implies that he knows how to use the warp pads on his own, which is, you know, it's a little bit concerning that Onion can use the warp system, but I'm just gonna let it slide. Characters now have abilities that can be used outside of a battle to access different areas and secrets. You can switch between each character you're controlling, and they can be used to attack random enemies wandering about, which is one of the ways to start a battle, the other way being the enemy attacking you. Unfortunately, this is where I get to my biggest issue of the game. Instead of being turn-based, now everything's on a timer. You have to wait for these timers to run out, and for the star points to refill, or to use items. Something else I find annoying is that you can't move around the battlefield, which wasn't really an issue in Attack the Light, but now the position of characters really matter. For example, an enemy could have a shield, but you can avoid that by attacking them from the back. The timer thing is really annoying because it will often end up with just long periods of time where nothing is happening. But other than those two little things, the battles are still really fun. Despite not being able to properly move your position, I love the way the environments affect battle, being able to knock characters off the field, sometimes resulting in certain status effects being inflicted. Speaking of which, those now carry across after battle, and you can even get them by just wandering around, which, okay, yeah, that also does get pretty annoying, especially when you're in the Great North, because it's super slippery on that ice, which makes it very easy to get frozen. And if Steven gets hit with this status effect, the star point timer slows down even more, which, oh, come on man! That's not immersive, that's just irritating. Thankfully, a lot of these issues can be avoided with items, which are much easier to get, whether it be from battles, chests, or onion shops. Also, I forgot to mention, chests, that's a thing. They were in Attack the Light too, but I forgot to talk about them because I'm stupid. And while we're in the Great North, this is where we meet one of my favorite new characters in these games, Squaredot. Yeah, it should be pretty obvious why I love her. She's basically just Season 1 and 2 Peridot, but even angrier.
Open your mind! Unhook from their machines! You don't have to do everything your superiors say! You don't have to do any of it! But that's treason! You misguided Pebble! Pebble? Ah, well, do you know what you are?
Oh, okay, you two. Maybe we should break it up and...
You're a shallow strata, Zeta Kindergarten Claude! Claude. Me. A Claude. You're the Claude. Claude! You're the Claudiest Claude I've ever seen clodding around! Claude! Claude!
Wow, this is something.
This gotta be some of the gayest shit I've seen in this series. Like, get a room, you two. Fuck Lapidot, I'm all about Lapidot squared now. Sadly, Lapis isn't playable in this game, she just chills with the barn the whole time. But after the Beat City Forest and the Great North, you then move on to the classic Strawberry Battlefield, which is where Peridot is finally unlocked as a playable character. And she's fine. She's not bad, but her turrets do very little damage, and her landmines rely entirely on whether enemies will walk on them. However, outside of battle, she's awesome. She's the only one whose ability has actual substantial use outside of item collection. Garnet's gauntlets are needed for a few areas, but it's nothing more than walking up to a rock and pressing square. With Peridot, there's some actual puzzle solving with figuring out how to move these big metal blocks, and it's required to progress through the main story. Speaking of which, picks up quite a lot after this area. You have to chase down Hessonite to the Sky Arena, and then back to the battlefield, or rather, under it. There's some cool world building, showing us a brand new location with this mural of Rose, a place not even the Crystal Gems knew about. I find it quite funny how everyone gets poofed by Hessonite here, but they all keep their same forms. That's not really a criticism, since obviously they had to keep the same look as they do in the show. It's just something I found really funny. It also leads us to having little appearances from Ruby and Sapphire, who aren't playable, but it's nice that they're here. I also like how Connie greets Sapphire like they've met before, but no, this is the first time they've ever interacted. And before someone mentions it, the Here Comes the Thought scene from Mindful Education doesn't count. That wasn't real. Garnet and Savoni were the only ones physically present there. Anyway, this whole segment can get a bit boring after a while. I like the gameplay of it with the various puzzle solving aspects, but it's just kind of a dull setting. It's just grey, and a bit of brown. And yeah, basically all these areas except for Beach City are pretty much just one basic color palette, but those other worlds are much more open. And they're also locations from the show, so I actually feel something seeing them. I also find it very funny how Ruby and Sapphire just stand around doing nothing until they reunite and fuse back into Garnet. Like, I understand why they aren't playable characters, but it's so funny that they just stand around where everyone else is just dying out here. Once you finally escape, you chase Hessonite to Bismuth's Forge and do more exploring through there, and at this point, it's starting to feel like the game is dragging a bit. Like, come on, move it along here. Thankfully, after the Forge segment, we reach the end. Hessonite's up in her ship above the Earth with the prism, and Lion makes a portal to get up there. After this, it's pretty simple. She sends out the prism to kill you, and then finally you have the two-wave final boss. The first being just against the prism while you try to make it realize what's happening before Hessonite takes over and you beat her. She accepts defeat in shame and leaves, also freeing the prism. and then everyone goes out for pizzas. Sorry for kind of rushing through that, I'm just kind of tired. But there's still a bit more to talk about. First, I haven't brought up the relationship mechanic. You can build up the friendship meter between characters, and this can be done in multiple ways, like assisting characters in battle, complimenting them when certain prompts comes up, or by using this present item. Once a relationship bar is filled, you can activate different abilities depending on the characters. There's things like Garnet launching Steven into the air, where he lands a bunch of aerial attacks with a spiked bubble, Connie and Pearl unleashing a super fast combo, but most importantly, you have all the Crystal Gem fusions in the show up to that point, minus Alexandrite. And for some reason, none of them are voiced. They're just completely silent, and it's really weird. I don't get why. I understand why you wouldn't want to pay Nicki Minaj to do new Sugalite lines, but couldn't they have just hired an impressionist or reused lines like they did in Know Your Fusion? It's just really annoying because everyone else's voice but the fusions, Garnet excluded of course, are just completely silent. Something else I don't like is the post-game. I don't mind searching for all the secrets and doing all the little Beach City side quests, but some of the hidden things are really stupid. Like, how am I supposed to know that I need to jump on top of the big donut and do a roll through the donut hole to get 100% in Beach City? And something else I really don't like is the weapon upgrades. Now, I didn't 100% this game for this playthrough, because I already did so on my Switch, and I'm so numb and tired of this. Getting all the weapon upgrades takes forever, and to do so you need to gather up this light chroma, and it takes so long to find it all. It takes so long that by the time you have it all, you've already finished everything else, making these upgrades completely pointless because you have nothing to use them on. I'm sorry I've been complaining so much towards the end of this segment, because I really do like this game. There are some high notes I would like to talk about to end this. First off, the boss battles aren't amazing for the most part. They are mostly just big health bar, big attack, and that's fine. Although I do quite appreciate that most of them can actually be named by the player, which leads to amazing names like Dave and Spiky McSpikeball. But the best boss battle in the game is definitely Squirtle. I love how there's a lot more gameplay to it than just using your moves. Like, Squirtle will try to blow you into the water and you have to fight back against that wind resistance. That's really cool. And this game really does end on a high note, since the credits give us a new song, Saved the Light.
And it's gonna be alright, 'cause we've gone and saved the light.
God, I love Greg's songs so much. They're always amazing. Alright, it's finally time to get to what is easily my favorite game of the three. Alright, now we're talking. Maybe I'm just stupid, but this is unironically up there as one of my favorite video games ever, alongside Celeste, Mario Kart 8, and of course, Minecraft. I seriously love it, so let's dig in. Taking place at some point between the main show and the movie, everything seems good to go for a great Era 3 of Gem Society. Gem planets are gaining independence, weapons are being decommissioned, everything's great, and Steven is working with the other Pearls to make Era 3 perfect. However, well, yes, most of the big powerful gem weapons have been decommissioned, 2 remain. There's 2 more prisms besides the one we followed in the last 2 games. They're being held by the gems Pyrope and Demantoid, the new antagonists for this game. So the Crystal Gems head out to get the prisms back. Now, once the actual gameplay starts, you'll notice that this one plays a lot more like Attack the Light rather than Save the Light. It's back to the grid-based levels. That may be a bad thing for some people, but I don't really mind, especially since we return to Attack the Light's far superior turn-based battle system. And man, I just forgot how fun this game is. I don't know, it's something about the speed of the battles and the music and the sound effects, it just makes me feel so good. A new feature added in this game is that we finally have the ability to move characters around the battlefield. This comes in handy as the game is pretty well designed around it. Characters that are in front of the group will get attacked more than ones at the back, and certain moves can become more effective in certain positions depending on how the enemies are placed. I also really like the enemies in this game. They feel much more varied than the ones in the previous games. both in terms of design and their moves. And they're much more fun to battle, not just because of their unique moves, but because they actually work together. Like, there's actual teamwork between the enemies. They'll heal each other, give each other shields, that sort of stuff. This time, the enemies are created from the two prisms being controlled by Pyrope and Demantoid. And as for the prism from the last two games, well, he's back. Since the events of Save the Light, he's chosen a new form and a new name. George, and he's here to help out on the adventure. This is the first time he actually gets to just be himself, and he's just adorable. I love this little dude. All his little faces are just so precious. And just listen to his voice, he's so adorable. There's two more new mechanics to go over. First, we have the teamwork bar. I have kind of mixed feelings on this. It works the same way as the relationship mechanic from Save the Light, but now it's just one single bar that all characters add to. Each playable character has an ability that can be used once the bar is filled. I'll talk about each ability at the end of the game. The other mechanic is charms. These are kind of similar to badges. They'll increase character stats, but they're restricted to specific characters. You can also get multiple of them, sometimes with different power levels, and you can sell them to get more light chroma and more light bits to buy items. Anyway, the basic gist of the story is that Pyrope and Demantoid have this palace place, and to get to Pyrope at the top of it, you have to gather up a bunch of these rainbow keys across these various gem colonies, while Demantoid is somewhere off-world. Hessenite also returns, trying to hide her identity, despite everyone clearly knowing it's her. But this time she's here to help, but she's still incredibly egotistical and is really more of a comedic character this time. Before the crystal gems go to the first colony trying to track down Demantoid, Pearl has to go off to try and learn more about her. And Lapis joins your party. It's really great to see her actually be playable after she wasn't in Save the Light. Even with the grid-based levels, we get some really fun puzzles. I like these light beam ones where you have to move these blocks with arrows around to shine the light onto these pyramids. Sometimes you'll need to shine a specific color of light on the pyramid, meaning you'll have to avoid other colors, as well as mixing them together. Like with this one, you need green, so you have to get the blue and the yellow light to shine onto the pyramid, but make sure the red light doesn't. You often need to go across multiple screens to solve these puzzles. These are so much better than the ones in Save the Light, and are way more satisfying to solve. Anyway, this moon is inhabited by a bunch of Peridots, and you eventually come across a sort of town of them. These are where the game's side quests come from. Each of the worlds has a different gem town, and you help these various gems out with various quests. It may be less satisfying to help a random Peridot you don't know, compared to Save the Light, where the side quests were all about helping characters we know from Beach City like Sadie, Kiki, and Vidalia. But they play really well into the plot with the current status of Gem Society, as you help all these gems adjust to their new and free Era 3 lives. You eventually meet back up with Pearl, who gives you the details on Pyrope and Demantoid. Since the diamonds are no longer in power, they want to fill that vacuum using the power of their prisms. You also learn that Demantoid is much younger than Pyrope, being an Era 2 gem. Now at this point, if you've played at least one round of the Rose's Room mode, which I'll talk about a bit later, and you return to the Light Palace, you unlock Greg, who I think is far better here than he was in Attack the Light, mainly due to this game having a much better battle system. Something else you start to unlock around this time are the costume schematics. Once you have one and all the required light chroma, you can go to a warpad and George will make you a new outfit, which also unlocks a special ability. And the best part is, you can mix and match any costume with any ability. Again, like the charms, I'll talk more about the costumes at the end of the story. After a bunch of battles, you eventually reach the first boss of the game, and it's pretty good. The last two games' bosses outside of Squaredots suffered from being kind of boring. The bosses this time have some pretty fun and unique gameplay. For this one, you first need to damage this drilling thing enough to knock out a few of the enemies, and you win once all the enemies are defeated. However, you need to be good at conserving your star points, so you can take out all the enemies that are thrown out on the same turn that you destroy the driller, since when you end the turn, any left will get right back in. After you defeat it, unfortunately Demantoid isn't here, but George gets a map from the light constructs, leading the crystal gems to another planet. But first, let's head back to the palace to use some more rainbow keys. You get to the fireplace and hey, it's Connie and Lion! I love that they gave Connie her Lars from the Stars outfit. And yes, I'm using this as another excuse to say that Lars is hot. Laugh. The next planet is filled with bismuths and
Let's get to work, Gems.
Oh damn, this music is f***ing fire. As I said, this planet is filled with bismuths, who are pretty pissed off that Demantoid has been replacing them with her light constructs. And speaking of bismuths, the bismuth joins the gang here. Each of the worlds are pretty much the same sort of format. Go around, fight light constructs, go shopping, open chests, collect rainbow keys, visit a town, help out some bismuths, and ending it all with a boss fight. This time, you actually fight Demantoid herself, and we get to see her properly here, unlike before where it was just a close-up of her face. I really like her design. We know Demantoids, like other Garnets, are very prestigious in Gem society.
Does that call herself a Garnet? What would you have her do? Enter with the Demantoids, the Hessenites, the Pyropes?
But we also know that this specific Demantoid is an Era 2 gem, and like Paradox, she was also affected by the lack of resources on Homeworld, but her status gives her far more impressive limb enhancers. I also really like how she's characterized. She wants change, she sees the diamonds as obsolete, but her ideals vary greatly from the crystal gems. She's very blunt about her views, and she isn't easily persuaded. Hold on, a highly intelligent villain, who's very cold and calculating, has a robotic body, and sends out minions to fight for them. Oh my god, Demantoid is just straight up Soundwave from Transformers.
Soundwave superior. Autobots inferior.
As for her boss fight, I think it's pretty good. It's not as interesting as the first boss to me. She uses light constructs to shield and heal her, as well as attack, but there's not that much to it. She's just a big health bar basically. Once she's defeated, Bismuth tries to capture her prism in this special device she built, but fails, and Demantoid steals the capture box and flees. Thankfully, you get a lead from the other bismuths, but I'm not going there yet. I want to explore the palace. I really like this place. You don't really need to go back there until the very end of the campaign, but it's an easy way to level up and collect a whole bunch of items, and oh, that's Laz's Ube roll. This is the best game of all time, actually, because it's the only game where you can eat Laz Barriga's cake. We also get more of Hessenite. I just noticed this on my latest playthrough, but I really love how her theme from Save the Light is reused here, but now it sounds a lot more comical. I already talked about Demantoid, but Pyrope is also really cool. I think the best way to describe her is aquamarine if she wasn't small and actually existed, since, as we all know, British people are not real. She's just so mischievous and silly, I love her. But on the main mission, this new planet is one controlled by Pyrope, and she's cut the population of Jades off from the rest of Gem Society. They don't even know who Steven is. They don't even know that the diamonds are no longer in power. Pyrope is keeping all that information away from them. This is such a cool element to include. We never really saw much of the diamonds trying to suppress information from gems, but this is a very real tactic fascist leaders will use to control their populations. This world starts off pretty normal. That is until George picks up a strange broadcast that brings the gems back to the first boss level. But instead of a driller filled with purple peas, it's the great and lovable Paradox, who joins the team here. And after going through a normal level, she deciphers a strange broadcast. It's coming from Squaredot, who was let out of her bubble by Paradox because she wanted to try and change her, just like how Steven did to her in Season 2. And then you unlock a whole new world. This time, instead of a planet or moon, you need to track down Squaredot on Hessenite's old warship. So, Squaredot wants George, but she obviously doesn't have her own prism, and Pyrope and Demantoid obviously have no reason for creating light constructs here. So instead, we get a new group of enemies that are very tech-based. I love this, it gives much more variety to the gameplay. These enemies are very different to the light construct ones, and you also need to deal with things like turrets. There's also some new puzzles to get through doors on Hessenite's ship. Basically, you have a set amount of star points, and in a single turn, you need to turn all these lights orange by attacking them. but attacking orange lights will revert them back to blue. These are pretty simple, but are still a nice way to include a puzzle that uses the actual battle gameplay. Once you eventually find Square Dot, you beat up what the characters think is her, which explodes, and turns out to just be a random drone, and then you get her actual boss battle, which is pretty simple. Just beat the constant wave of robots she keeps sending as Peridot hacks into the ship's computer. And you also have to defeat these yellow things that Square Dot is trying to use to stop Peridot's hacking, and yeah, that's about it. The Square Bots do have their own attacks, but this still feels a bit like a letdown compared to her battle in Save the Light. I still like this, but the original clears. Now, from the footage I've been showing, you're probably wondering what's up with Square Dot. Well, once she's freed from the ship's computer, she explains herself. After Peridot unbubbled her, she fled and tracked down Hessonite's ship, since he still had no idea about Error 3, or Hessonite's change of mind at the end of Save the Light. So she still believes she needs to serve her old commander, but she couldn't properly use the ship's computer without George. So instead of interfacing with a prism, the ship interfaced with her, which is kind of fucked up. It's clear that it really messed with her mind. But I like it for what it has to say about how gems have no idea what to do with their lives if they aren't serving their proper purpose. All this, as well as the inclusion of Connie and Greg, were all added as DLC, and I think it was all added in pretty seamlessly. But let's get back on track with the main story. It's pretty much exactly the same as the last two colonies. Go around, fight light constructs, go to a town, get side quests from the gem population. There's a little bit of world building here, as we learn that the Palace of Light was originally on this planet, and then you end on another boss fight. This one is really cool. You have to fight these light clones of Garnet, Amethyst, Pearl, and Steven, which is already a pretty cool concept since they have the exact same moveset. But on top of that, each time one is defeated, the others grow in power. Very solid boss fight. Unfortunately, Pyrope isn't on the planet, but all this time the gems have been collecting a whole bunch of rainbow keys, so it's time to take the two of them head on in the palace. I've already gone through most of the palace, so it didn't take me that long to reach Pyrope. Her boss battle is pretty simple. Unlike Demantoid, you fight her directly. It's a pretty simple fight. She uses her prism to create illusions of herself, but it's pretty easy to figure out which one is real with Steven's shield. Then we get a bunch of dialogue between the three Garnets who aren't Garnet when Hessonite returns to try and change Pyrope and Demantoid, but they're too busy hating each other. I love the dynamic between these two. The older, more arrogant Pyrope and the younger, intelligent Demantoid. They work together because they think Pyrope's popularity and Demantoid's intelligence would be a recipe for success, but they didn't factor in how much their personalities clashed, and they only got this far because of their prisms. Also, bringing up my comparison between Demantoid and Soundwave again, I guess you could also say that Pyrope is kind of like Starscream. She's kind of reddish, she has a big ego, and she's queer as but Demantoid is determined to win. She manages to capture George and forces him to unite with the other two prisms for the final boss fight. Technically, you need to deplete Pyrope and Demantoid's health bars, but the Super Prism construct is really who you want to fight. And it is a bit annoying that this is the third time in a row that you're fighting George as the final boss fight and you have to talk him out of it as it goes on. It's still a pretty good fight, mainly because you can actually play as Hessonite now. She's really fun to play as. And even though it is a bit repetitive, basically doing the same thing for the third time in a row, I still like this final boss fight. I just kind of wish it was fighting just the other two prisms and not George. And instead, it would be George trying to help the other prisms, like how Steven had been helping him in the other games. But this is still fine. As for Pyrope and Demantoid, they end up poofing each other over their arguing. A little bit anticlimactic, but it was set up pretty well. And I love Garnet's response.
Pitiful. And they call themselves Garnets.
Well, now the prisms are all free to travel together. But it's not goodbye from George yet. The crystal gems still have work to do. Unlike Save the Light, Unleash has amazing replay value. It's way more fun to 100% each world, helping out all those gems and fighting all the secrets. But since I finished the story now, I need to go back to a few things I promised I'd talk about. When it comes to the charms, badges, and costumes, there isn't much to say outside of just a few little descriptions and aesthetic things that I really like about some of them. Like, one of Greg's charms is a Sadie Killer and the Suspects t-shirt. Lapis gets a bunch of books and DVDs, one of them being a manga called I Can't Believe My Stepdad is a Sword. This is just the perfect amount of stupidity for my dumbass sense of humor. I also think it's funny that because Lapis gets the DVDs, she's the one who gets to have Lil Butler as a charm, despite Greg and Amethyst being the ones who are actually big fans of that show. Though I think it's better for Lapis to have this than to give her the Gem Mirror charm. That would have been in really bad taste to give her that charm. And then there's Garnet, who gets Keytar charms, which is really cool. There's even a bloody Infinity War reference in there, which I think is very funny. Badges, I really don't have much to say. They're not really that interesting. Apart from one, Onion's badge, which lets you burn any enemies you manage to perfect block. Calling this Onion's badge is just very, very funny. As for costumes, it's mostly just various different forms Gems had throughout the show, though there are a few standouts. Like, one of Greg's outfits is the one he wore at the very end of the movie, Lapis's Bob outfit, Garnet's Cotton Candy outfit, and probably my favorite outfit in the game, Hessenite's Crystal Gem outfit. Seeing her with the Crystal Gem star symbol on her is just so wholesome to me. Then there's the teamwork abilities. George will heal everyone on the team, revive everyone who's been knocked out, and send out a regen effect. Steven creates a massive shield that blocks all enemy attacks. Lapis makes a whole bunch of water shoot up across the battlefield, dealing massive damage. Connie will read a book, and for every turn she goes uninterrupted, she'll give stat boosts to her teammates. Bismuth will summon a bunch of lava, dealing huge damage to one enemy, which will also summon a bunch of ore, which she uses in one of her abilities. Greg will play a tune, which will charm an enemy into attacking its allies rather than attacking your team. Hessenite sadly doesn't get an ability, but she's better off than Peridot is. Peridot will call Pumpkin, who will then dig up a bunch of extra star points. This is completely and utterly worthless. If you need more star points, just use star fruits. It's not worth wasting all that time building up the teamwork bar. And the game knows this, because there's actually an upgrade which makes it so this ability only takes away half the teamwork bar, which just kind of goes to show how utterly pointless this is. Yeah, I think I now know why Pumpkin never appeared in the movie or future. The Rose's Room mode has its own exclusive ability that anyone can use, which will simply make a character's next attack extra powerful. And then finally, we have Garnet, Amethyst, and Pearl, whose abilities are just fusing with Steven to be Smoky Quartz, Rainbow Quartz 2.0, and Sunstone. I do enjoy playing as them, especially Sunstone and Rainbow Quartz, but once again, the fusions are completely mute, which is extremely irritating. And because of this being the new way to implement fusion into the gameplay, it means there's no appearance from Opal, Stavoni, Sardonyx, or Suglite. However, once you've beaten the main story and build up 2 teamwork bars, you can summon Obsidian, which is actually very cool and very fun. But while talking about voices, let's talk about the voice acting. I don't have that much to say. Basically everyone reprises their roles. Zach Callison, Dee Mango Hall, Michaela Deeds, Estelle, Grace Rolick, Jennifer Paz, Shelby Rivara, and Tom Sharpling are all here. And Christine Baranski also reprises her role as Hessenite. However, Uzo Aduba does not return as Bismuth. She and the other Bismuths are now played by Miriam Hyman, who also played her in the last few episodes of Future. I don't know why Bismuth was recast, but Miriam Hyman does a great job. I genuinely never noticed until very recently.
Homeworld couldn't lay a scratch on this gem. Why are the crystal gems still together?
What's the problem, Steven? Are you mad at me?
Well, you know, I was busy getting started on our special little Earth project.
Speaking of new voices, we have Kari Walgren as Pyrope and Melissa Farn as Demantoid, who both give great performances. I love how Pyrope has that overly high-pitched voice similar to Aquamarine or Yellow Pearl.
Oh, I'm afraid the Palace of Light is closed today, so very sorry, goodbye!
And Demantoid's super cold and collective voice really helps to make her intimidating.
What rudimentary tech is this?
Also, I'm currently in an OKKO hyperfixation, so I need to point out that Demantoid and Dendi share the same voice actress, and I think that's epic. I do have a few things to say about the returning cast too. I really love the voice Zach Callison gives Steven. Steven is 15 in this game, and I don't know if this is my brain just being weird, but his voice kinda sounds like a blend between his voice in the main show and his voice in the movie in Future.
So when she gets here, I'll just hop up there and talk to her?
No more force, no more destroying. Remember? I mean, I know it's not my fault, but if there's a chance I could make it better, shouldn't I try?
The only other thing I have to say about the voices isn't actually about any performance. I'm just gonna play some voice lines from Connie and Peridot.
Guess who's all caught up on schoolwork and ready to liberate the galaxy?
Steven? And everyone else. What are you all doing here?
I don't know why, but for some reason, Connie, Peridot, and Squaridot's voice lines have noticeably worse audio quality. And while on the topic of Peridot's voice, I know she was added as DLC, but I still think it would have been nice if they had Shelby Rabaro record some new lines for the other Peridots in the game. But let's now talk about the great post-game content that make this my favorite of the trilogy. First of all, in the story mode, a black hole appears once you finish the main story. Now, I'm pretty sure this and the Rose's Room mode aren't actually canon, mainly because George is still here, and there's still evil light constructs. I get why the black hole is part of the story mode, because it carries over all your level ups, charms, badges, but it just feels weird. Nothing ever happens once you 100% it. No cutscene or anything. It's not even really explained how it works, so yeah, probably not canon. But what actually is it? Well, it's a mode where you can continuously play randomly generated levels based on the previous worlds, mixing up the enemies and bosses. And you can just keep replaying to get a high score. There's 3 difficulty levels, with hard and diamond mode being like the gauntlets from Attack the Light, since you can't bring any items with you, and the diamond mode removes the perfect indicator. It's pretty fun, but there's not much else to it, except for the inclusion of the crystal gem copy enemies. Like their boss fights, they grow stronger when one of their teammates is defeated. But since they're fighting with regular enemies now, it creates some really nice strategy, since you want to try and take them out before anyone else. And then finally, there's the Rose's Room mode. I guess you could technically count this as canon, since in the canon of the show, Rose's Room can create anything, even entire worlds, and George isn't here, so actually yeah, I take back what I said, this mode is probably canon. In this mode, you choose a character, go in with no items, upgrades, badges or charms, and go through a few levels to get a high score. You pick up new abilities, badges, charms, items, and characters as you go along. This is also the first time where Steven isn't required to be in your party, and when you combine that with the different outfits you can give characters, you can create really funny teams. I mentioned unlocking Greg through this, but this is also where you can unlock playing as Hessenite, though you have to beat the actual main story to play as her in that. Another thing in this mode is that the characters will not revive after a battle. They will stay down until you move to the next level or use Rose's Tears on them. The basic structure remains the same for the most part. 2 regular levels, 1 mini-boss, another regular level, and the final boss, who... Okay, I was gonna make a joke about Hessenite being the final boss, even if Hessenite's in your party, but my game glitched and now she's black for some reason.
This is Black Hessenite. She is the most powerful Garnet, and she's also the one Emerald most likes to fight.
Each time you end a run, either by beating the final boss or getting a game over, the character you started with gets an XP boost that increases their base stats, and you get a general level up meter that unlocks bonus things to make runs easier. I spent so much time in the Rose's Room mode, I'd probably played it more than the story mode until I just replayed the entire story mode for this video. It's just so fun to hop into, trying out different character combos, and it's just a great time. I have one final thing to say about Steven Universe Unleash the Light, and that's that Hessenite is... wow. And that's Steven Universe Unleash the Light. Overall, a pretty good game. However, as some of you may know, while I was making this video, Save the Light, Unleash the Light, and a bunch of other Cartoon Network games got removed from digital platforms. So now all 3 of these games cannot be purchased legally, unless you can find a pre-owned copy of the Save the Light OKKO Let's Play Heroes double pack. So I'm going to end this video pitching something that's probably never gonna happen, but I really want it. A re-release of all 3 games in a single package. Steven Universe Lite Collection for PC, PS5, Xbox Series X, and the Nintendo Switch 2, since that's gonna be coming out pretty damn soon. For the most part, they would be unchanged, apart from general bug fixes and stuff, but a few changes I would make would be adding Greg and Connie to attack the light, adding Outfit and Rose's Room mode to attack and save the light, and this is probably my most batshit idea, putting the off colors in Unleash. I don't know how that would work. Maybe it's like a Bowser's Fury type thing, where it's basically its own separate game. Definitely not on the same level as Bowser's Fury. Just let me play as them. You could put Rhodonite and Pat and Ratchet together like Connie and Lion, and then boom, you got 4 party members. Again, I have no clue how this would work, like especially with Lars, like what the heck would his moveset be? But I don't care. Just do something with them. Make them fight Anvil. Just give me more Lars, please! And that's the end. This video took me so fucking long to make. I knew this video was gonna be long, but I didn't expect it to be this long. I didn't expect it to be my longest video ever. Even though this was a very long video, I still didn't talk about everything. Like, I kind of very much skimmed over the actual moves of the characters, mainly because there just isn't really much to say. It's just exactly what you would expect. Garnet punches shit. Amethyst whips shit. Steven shields shit. You get it. Though I do really like that whenever Steven plays his ukulele or Greg plays his guitar, unique battle music will play.
How about this tasty number?
And you may be thinking, okay Edric, you've talked about the whole show, including the movie and future, and now you've talked about the video games. Surely you're done with this series. Hell no! I've still got quite a lot to talk about. I hope you enjoyed hearing me talk about these really phenomenal games.
Get it?
Or I guess, really pirated games would be more fitting now. But with all that said, my name's Dr. Lamington. Like and subscribe to make me smile, and I'll see you later. I've got quite a variety of things to talk about today. That last video took way too long to make, so I'm not going to bother with an overlong intro and just start right now. Let's begin with the classroom gems. 3 shorts that are just Pearl, Amethyst, and Garnet explaining things about gems to Steven in a classroom setting. No new information is given, everything they say is stuff we already know from the show, but there are some fun parts to them. Like Garnet trying to kill Amethyst for some reason.
Whoa! Not that tough!
That's all for today's lesson.
Whoa! Ahem!
And while I do like the chibi art style of these shorts, what the hell is this Ruby design? That is just not Ruby. The rest of these shorts are back in the same animation style as the actual show, giving some nice cute moments from Steven's life. For some reason, despite having watched these multiple times before, I only just now realized that all but one of these are framed as videos Steven is recording for YouTube, or TubeTube, whatever it's called in this world. As someone who's been making videos since 2013, oh my god, I was 9 then. I've been doing this for the majority of my life. Anyway, despite my original channel being long gone, my YouTube videos used to be either really shitty Minecraft videos, or just me doing random stuff. Kind of like what Steven is doing in these, so that makes these really relatable and enjoyable for me. Steven is basically just like how I was at his age, making fun, silly videos around the house. I love how in one of them he just doesn't care that the gems are having a monster fight in the house, and just continues on with his review of a hot dog bag. That honestly sounds like something child me would have done. Something I still do to this day though is have these crazy reactions to watching TV shows, just like Steven does watching Crying Breakfast Friends.
I think I know what this is. It's lunch! I knew it! Theory confirmed!
As I'm writing this, the Doctor Who episode Lux came out a few days ago, and I had basically the exact same reaction. If you've seen the episode, you probably know the scene I'm talking about. Something else I still love to do is playing with my cat Rumpel, and he loves boxes. So seeing Steven get up to the same shenanigans with Lion is awesome. But none of that matters because right at the end of this short, my pretty princess husband Laramie appears. The only short not framed as a video being filmed by Steven is, well, technically it's still that, but it's a video chat, which, despite being comedic, is actually a little bit sad and tragic, since Lapis's trauma from the mirror comes back when she thinks Steven is trapped inside Peridot's tablet, like she was trapped in the mirror. Let me ask you something. Have you ever been listening to the Steven Universe soundtrack on YouTube Music because you would never waste your money on Spotify Premium, because YouTube Music is obviously the better deal since you get YouTube Premium with it for only $3 more, and then you notice this song.
Hey there, have you heard about the infamous gem war? Well, it all started long before I was born.
And you wonder, huh? What is this? This wasn't in the show. Well, it came from one of these shorts.
Thousands of years of fighting to protect the human race. It's been pretty tough keeping up the pace.
I think it's pretty good at showing Steven's mental state at this point in the show, which, going by the track list, would be sometime during season 4. I also love that not only are the guitar chords shown on the side, but Steven's fingers can be seen actually playing them. But my favorite short is Crystal Gems karaoke beats. I've talked a lot in videos about how Steven and Amethyst remind me of the relationship I have with my own siblings. And this is that, but with all the Crystal Gems plus Connie. Some of my favorite moments with my siblings and family in general are all of us singing together. Singing is just one of the greatest ways to socialize, and it's so wholesome to see Pearl just have some fun for once.
Now everyone can see me burning.
The next things I have to talk about are technically still shorts, but I think they're different enough to merit their own category. We have two groups of PSAs, both taking on the format of behind the scenes looks of these characters filming PSAs. First, there's the Dove Self-Esteem Project, made in collaboration with Dove, which is really funny because before this, I thought they were just a soap brand. They're pretty simple, like they're still made for children, but the messages are important ones to teach kids, like body positivity or not letting other people's negative words affect you too much, and how people who are always getting angry at others probably have their own issues that needs to be worked out. I really love the one about social media, not only for it showing explicit confirmation of Stevonnie being both intersex and non-binary, even if that was already obvious from the show, and if you needed this short to pick that up, you may be stupid. But its message is a really good one. Typically, this kind of message would go like, social media bad for you because it makes you feel negative. And this does do that until the end.
There is some positivity on here if you know where to look. Maybe I'll use it. Carefully.
I really appreciate it showing the nuance of this topic. Yes, social media can very easily become a negative thing, but so can a lot of things really. It's all about balance. We also get a brand new song in one of these.
We're small but we're strong. We're cool but we're kind, and we deserve to shine.
But the most interesting part of these PSAs is that Opal speaks more in them than she does in the actual show.
Stay low. All you wanna do is see me turn into... I don't have it.
Why 3 eyes? Line. Why 4 arms? 4 arms for shooting arrows. Sorry. It's like amazing. We fusions may look amazing, but there's nothing more amazing. Line?
And I'm not counting the movie because she was literally just saying the exact same line over and over and over again a bunch of times. That doesn't count. Now we have the Be Anti-Racist PSAs. You probably remember these from terminally online losers complaining about the cartoon Rock saying racism bad. Now, let's get the obvious out of the way. I'm white. I don't suffer from racism, so please don't take anything I say here like I'm an expert. And if you're white, racism towards white people isn't real. Stop being a baby. I really like these. Way too much of the time when it comes to racism, kids are simply told, everyone's the same, it doesn't matter what color you are. And racism ended when Martin Luther King Jr. said, I have a dream. It's a dangerous message that doesn't help the actual issues of systemic racism. So I'm glad things like this exist to teach kids that yes, racism is very real, and people of color still face heavy discrimination, including being told or even forced to not marry a white person. It does matter what someone's skin color is. Race isn't just white and not white. Different groups of people of color experience racism in different ways, and those differences are important when it comes to fighting against racism. And that's another thing. The tagline on these isn't "don't be racist," it's "be anti-racist." Racism isn't something that can just be stopped by simply stopping it. It needs to be fought against. Racism isn't just a white person being mean to a person of color. It's rooted deep in society, a society that erases the accomplishments of people of color throughout history and gives all the credit to white people.
The light bulb could more rightfully be attributed to Lewis Latimer, the black inventor behind the filament inside the bulb.
And it's important to not just discuss those real accomplishments, but the reasons for them.
Wait, is that it? Hold on. We're not going to mention why he invented the filament? To create a better standard of living for people who had only just been freed from slavery?
Because for centuries, Western society has been built on oppression. And another message for my fellow crackers. Just because racism doesn't affect you doesn't mean you shouldn't fight against it. And if these shorts make you mad for being woke or some bullshit, nobody likes you. Go take a shower. Okay, so I was thinking I would need to look up a Flash game emulator, but turns out I don't need to, because the Cartoon Network UK website is still up and has a whole bunch of games running on it. I'm not going to really talk about these like I have with everything else. I'm just going to play some footage of me playing these games for the first time. Alright, let's do this. Alright. Okay, what do you got that. Pizza, what am I doing? Oh, oh, what did that do? I don't know what I'm doing. I don't know what I'm doing. I'm just stuffing these in. Close box. Oh, what? Oh, I see. I have to... No. Close box. No. Oh, that's your... Damn it. Close box. Yay! Oh, okay, I think that gave me, like, more points. Holy shit, he's N64 controllers. Based as hell. He had those in the show. Okay, I've had enough of this. Oh, hell yeah! Steven Universe OKKO crossover, let's go. Oh my gosh! This is actually insane. We got, oh my gosh. Well, I gotta beat Peridot, obviously. Oh, what? I can choose my team. Okay, Peridot and... What? Is there no... Oh, my... Oh, I don't think... Is Dendy not in this? Because these look like Visagard, Daryl, Raymond, and Boxman. Oh, damn it. I'll go with KO then. I don't know. I'll figure it out as I go. Oh, I don't know what I'm doing. No, I want to I like this. This is fun. I mean, it would be fun if I could figure out these dang controls. Oh, damn it. Let's do that again. Let's I need to figure out how to properly control this. I will figure out these damn controls. Hey, I actually hit it. Come on, KO, help me. I've been putting a lot of blame on myself. Maybe it's actually KO's fault. I was right there. There's like no good. The depth perception in this is shit. Hey, I actually got a point, holy shit! Okay, I think I'm starting to get the hang of this. I say I have found a way to where I can finally win this game. I just set it up as 2 players, and then I'm just control. So now the other opponent is just staying completely still. Hell yeah, now I can finally win. Hell yeah, I won, totally. Hey, I'm Steven Universe. Want to play a game with me? Oh, it's like Tetris. Okay. What, there's an entire story mode? You can play as Yellow Diamond? Okay. I probably should have looked at that tutorial. This one's just loading gems. I mean, is it loading though? 'Cause it seems to be taking quite a while to load. I think this game's broken. Alright, let's see if I can be as much of a gamer. Okay. Hell yeah, that was really hard. Oh man, I'm a master. Alright, I've had enough of this. Oh, this one's got a whole bloody cutscene to it. That's epic. Oh my god, it's the worst character in the show. Hey yo, why did Connie, if Stevonnie's got that jacket, why does Connie still have her glasses? Who's that? That's Jenny. Why would you ever want to play as Kevin? What sane person wants to play as Kevin? Alright, let's do this. Fuck. Wow, I'm going so fast. That wasn't my fault, the camera kept going away. Why did Amethyst look weirdly tall there? This game would be improved significantly if you could play as Lars, racing across the track in the Sun Incinerator. Unfortunately, I couldn't find a way to emulate other delisted games like The Phantom Fable. My way of emulating Attack the Light wasn't working for that, unfortunately. But if I ever find a way, I'll probably make a new video. So instead of that, I need to rant a little bit. In the last video in this series, I spoke fairly harshly about Steven Universe Save the Light. And I tried to come across as someone who did generally really like the game, but just had a lot of really big issues with it. And afterwards, part of me was thinking maybe I was a bit too mean. So I booted it up on my PlayStation, and I went to go and try to 100% it, as well as get the Platinum Trophy on it. And as I continued to play through it, I started noticing a bunch of shit that was really pissing me off. I tried to open this gate, and then I get attacked immediately, and then I'm stuck in a battle where I can only use Steven. I picked up this schematic, and then I tried to roll out, and just get stuck for no reason. Okay, I'm in Business Forge. This is the last area I need to 100%. I still haven't unlocked the secret area, I just need to find that key. And there's one chest remaining, except there isn't. You see, when playing the main campaign of this, at the end of Bismuth Forge, some enemies will appear. Once you defeat them, a chest appears. This chest contains the key to the secret area of Bismuth Forge. But then if you leave the area, before opening the chest, it will never respawn. Meaning you have been locked out of getting 100%. And the only way to now get 100% is start the game right from the beginning all over again. And this happened to me when I was at 93%. 93! Fuck this stupid piece of shit game, I hate it. For the comics, sadly they aren't in print anymore. And I didn't just want to buy them all secondhand because Jesus fucking Christ. So I just found, another way to read them. And while this will be the biggest section of the video, I don't have a lot to say about most of them individually, since they're mostly pretty short stories. The first little run of single issues that ran from 2014 to 2015 are very short, and have even tinier stories in them after the main one. I should also mention that unlike the Light trilogy, the canonicity of these are kind of up for debate. The way I see it is that they are canon unless the show contradicts them. Like, one of these stories starts because Steven and Connie want to fund the construction of a library in Beach City. But after this came out, we got the episode Buddy's Book, where we see that Beach City actually does have a library. These short issues are pretty fun. There's some nice moments with Connie and Steven. Suitcase Sam appears and actually talks. You know, that guy who was in like one season 1 episode and then never appeared again, but somehow managed to appear and save the light when even Barbara didn't? Yeah, that guy. Also, there's Lars. Then there's the second, much longer run of comics, going from 2017 to 2020. Again, I'm just gonna be skimming over a lot of these. There's a story about Stevonnie and Kiki, which is a dynamic I never realized I would love so much. Amethyst turns into Lars again, and yeah, I'm questioning myself a lot seeing this. And speaking of Lars, we actually get to see a bit more of his baking side when he makes a pumpkin donut. This story in particular is really funny because Steven thinks it's a good idea for Lapis and Peridot to bring Pumpkin to a pumpkin food contest where she gets to see her fellow pumpkins get brutalized and eaten. How cute and not traumatic. We also get some gay moments with Lapis and Peridot as they try looking after a baby bird. And while obviously me and Lars are dating now, you can't deny that back in the past he was very clearly in love with Buck Dewey. Like, bro was down bad. Also in this issue, he meets what appears to be a corrupted emerald. Like, that does look very similar to Emerald, so that's a pretty funny coincidence. Peridot becomes an epic gamer to distract herself from Lapis breaking up with her, and even Pearl and Garnet join in on the gaming. One of my favorite issues in this batch is all about Garnet learning how to take care of Cat Steven. It's just so adorable, and sometimes Garnet is even more adorable than Cat Steven herself. Amethyst and Vidalia be gay, and Ruby and Sapphire are also super gay. But after all these single issues, Lars! Woo! Off colors, fuck yeah, bitch! I actually fucking choked on my screaming. That wasn't choke, that was coughing. I don't know what I'm fucking talking about, but I don't care, cause Lars, I love Lars. Unlike everything else, I can't just skim over these issues. I need to talk about them properly. They're set late into season 5, after the events of Letters to Lars. It begins with a dream sequence of Lars opening his bakery in Beach City, which is really cool as it shows how he wanted that for a while before actually getting it in future. And he dreams of everyone loving him, but not in some ego-fueled way. In a way that shows his desire for companionship. He cares deeply about the people in his life. The only person he doesn't love is himself. This is shown wonderfully after he wakes up from his dream, where he's super encouraging to Fluorite before leaving to be alone. He doesn't think he's a good captain for the off-colors, which is something I always thought he would think, even before I read this. I also love this scene for the part where Rhodonite and Padparacha comfort him. I really love that Padparacha finally gets to have dialogue that isn't just a late prediction. This story also gives her a little bit more personality. She's got a little bit of sass to her, especially in this exchange between her and Lars. Oh, and when she and Lars bingo bongoed together, I just had a giant smile on my face. We actually learn quite a bit about the off-colors here. The blot sees them running from Emerald, but they can't use the Nova thrusters or else they'll be tracked by her. This leads them into a nebula after Lars decides to run and hide, since that is what he does best. The nebula causes them all to dream their fears, which gives some nice insight into them. Lars sees Aquamarine and Topaz, Padparacha sees Homeworld, Fluorite sees herself on trial in front of the diamonds, and Rhodonite and the Rutal twins see themselves back in the kindergarten. The Rutal twins even dream of being separated. Another headcanon of mine confirmed. I really love the idea of the Rutal twins being terrified of being separated. But Lars is still the main focus. He dreams about what would have happened if he'd taken his ube roll to the potluck, imagining everyone hating it. It takes him having a conversation with Dream Sadie to finally grow and evolve. This is easily my favorite part of, honestly, any of the books. I love the way Sadie joining the Suspects and Lars joining the Off-Colors are compared, showing how they're both growing in their own ways. And I really love how Lars's passion for baking is talked about. When Lars was young, he would simply bake because it made him happy, but would eventually get too wound up in perceiving his own value as a person because of it, rather than the joy it brings to both him and the people he shares his art with, because he does see baking as a form of artistic expression. I probably explained that really bad, but whatever, I still love it. I think it's important to note that these feelings were all 100% from Lars. This isn't the real Sadie, this is all coming from deep in Lars's mind. Except Onion, that was probably the real Onion who brought Lars to Sadie somehow. I believe Onion could do that. All these dreams are being caused by the nebula, and it's sort of a shared dream, allowing them all to help bring each other back to reality. I love that Pad Paracha was able to see the truth of her situation because of her weird future vision. While I've talked about these issues far more than the rest of the comics, I still want to leave some aspects up for you to discover by reading them yourself, so I'll just skip to a few issues later with another story about them. That's just a really sweet story about the off-colors learning to just have fun. The cover of this one is just beautiful. I love these Blorbos so much. They're a family. And oh my god, I need them so bad. As for the rest of this batch of comics, there's a nice story about Petey where we see he likes to dance, and Stevonnie is super encouraging towards him and is just so awesome like they always are. In one of them, Sadie is revealed to have cat allergies, which really sucks because if she ever wants to visit Lars, she would have to shove her face in lion's mane. Bismuth even got her own story, set during the period when the Crystal Gems left for Homeworld, but before Bismuth and co came to the rescue. And in the final issue, Stephen and Connie read more of Buddy Budwick's books, and it's kind of implied that in this universe, the sea monsters you always see on old maps are actually just corrupted gems. That's honestly a really cool bit of world building I wish was in the actual show. Next we have 2 runs of comics that were just a few issues long but told one continuous story. Steven Universe and the Crystal Gems is fine. Like, it's a perfectly good Steven Universe story about a corrupted gem who needs help, Pearl underestimating Steven and Amethyst, and yeah, I don't have much to say about it. It's pretty standard good Steven Universe story. Except I really like this funny era of Steven calling Petey sour cream. And there are some cute scenes of the Crystal Gems camping. I also really love Pearl and Garnet traumatizing baby Amethyst. And then there's Steven Universe Harmony.
I don't want your garbage.
Okay, maybe that's a bit harsh, but this gets the prestigious title of the first official piece of Steven Universe media that I straight up do not like. I can look past things like thinking the art style doesn't really fit Steven Universe. I can ignore Connie somehow knowing that this thing is called a Harmony Core before Garnet and Pearl tell everyone that. And I don't even care that much that the characters are like really stupid. Like really stupid. Steven apparently needs to keep bubbling this Harmony Core thing, or it will keep sucking up the minds of humans nearby, and it's causing him a lot of stress. But why can't any of the other gems do it to take that stress away from him? Yeah, they can't touch it without being sucked into it, but they can bubble it, and they literally do bubble other Harmony Cores later on, so why not this one? I can forgive all that. However, the big issue comes with the resolution. As a Steven Universe story, I think this is actually pretty good. The way they get everyone trapped inside the core back out is by the people on the inside and the outside singing in harmony with each other. Pretty fitting for a show with so much singing, except this isn't a show, it's a comic, as in a medium with no audio. Do you see the problem here? This isn't a story that just has singing in it. It's a story where the climax is about the literal audio waves created through singing in harmony. It's not just about the emotions expressed through the words being sung. It's about how the literal audio waves interact with each other. This just goes to show that certain stories just don't work in certain mediums. I can't really get invested in this because I can't hear the singing. I just see the words that are being sung. And that's not to say that characters in audioless mediums like books can't ever sing, but when your story is literally Steven Universe Harmony, and I can't hear the titular harmonies that are vital to the plot, it kind of ruins the experience. If this was a story in the show, there would have been a moment you would be able to pinpoint exactly where the characters' voices harmonized. And it probably would have been one of my favorite Steven Universe stories. And that's honestly the worst part. This had the potential to be great, but it was stuck in a medium it just doesn't work in. The Laz appears at the end of it, so 10 out of 10. Now let's talk about a few comics that released as just single books. Anti-Gravity focuses a lot on Ronaldo, so I don't want to talk about it. Also, I forgot most of it like a day after reading it. Camp Pining Play, however, is peak. This story is about Lapis and Peridot putting on a play based on their favorite Camp Pining Hearts fanfic. A fanfic written by Laz! F yeah! Laz writes Camp Pining Hearts yaoi. This is the greatest thing I've ever seen in my life. But the focus is still on Lapidot. They are very gay in this. But what I love most is them exploring Lapis's trauma from Malachite, and how fusion still makes her deeply uncomfortable. Even doing a pretend fusion with Steven for the play is too much for her. I love the relationship between Lapis and Peridot, and how much they care for each other. Lapis wanting to be able to perform the scene because of what it means to Peridot, and Peridot doing everything to make sure she's okay with it. We did see some of this, but it was more so related to Lapis's trauma, specifically towards being captured by Jasper, rather than fusing with her.
Oh hey, you guys want to be prisoners too?
Not really.
So seeing this aspect of Lapis and Peridot being explored more explicitly is incredible. I also really like this part where Peridot loves to hear Lapis's impression of Percy from Camp Pining Hearts. I agree, Peridot. Audible dialogue is great, especially when it's audible singing being sung in a very specific way that sparkles the plot and is where the title of the story comes from. Now, for Crystal Clean, it was very fun. Though the cover is kind of misleading, it makes it seem like the corrupted Nephirites would be involved, but no. Weird green gunk appears all over the beach, and Kofi and Yellowtail are just really mean to the crystal gems about it. Like, come on guys, calm the fuck down. The green stuff takes a bunch of forms, including Steven, but there's no gem in sight. And it seems to be something like how Lapis can create water clones of people. And since this is set in that period of Lapis being on the moon, Peridot is very gay about the whole thing. Peridot is probably my favorite part of the book. She's just so very Peridot. Gremlin silly gay creature. Turns out the gem was a lapis lazuli, just a different lapis lazuli. A former crystal gem. And her being a crystal gem is treated like some big dramatic reveal when like, yeah, no shit, she was a crystal gem. Basically all of the homeworld gems left before the diamonds attack. Yeah, some like the Nephirites were left behind, but this is just a weird thing to be surprised about. There's also some other things I don't really get. Like Steven discovers that this creature is hurt by water, so there's this random plot detour so Peridot can get this special gem to create a Super Mario Sunshine reference. Even though they could have just used Greg's pressure hose and it would have been fine. Apparently they need something more mobile, but the only time they really need it, they're just staying in one location. And while getting that gem, they get attacked by a bunch of crows for no reason. Like that crow bit literally adds nothing to the plot. And Garnet is asking questions? What? She doesn't do that. Like it's an intentional part of her character that she doesn't ask questions. I mean, this isn't too bad. It's nowhere near the level of that god-awful Multiverses comic. Dear lord, that just straight up wasn't Garnet. What the fuck is a crystalline warrior? I know I've been complaining a bunch, but please understand that I really like this story. I just have a few nitpicks. I do really like the ending. Sugilite comes out and brings up a really cool concept. The Ruby and Sapphire or Garnet parts of her are able to realize the gem was one of the crystal gems, but the Amethyst part of her obviously didn't, being much younger and not knowing any of the crystal gems prior to her emerging. So we get this sort of split reaction from Sugilite. I also really like the answer to what all this green stuff is. It's that bullshit avocado drink Marty sponsored. And I guess this Lapis can control it because it contains water. All of this only happened because Bill let Marty dump a cheap silo of that shit in his yard so he can make some money. I hate Marty, so I greatly appreciate this book for giving me another reason to hate his guts. Too Cool for School has Steven actually going to school and answers the age-old question, why doesn't Steven go to a human school? The reason is that 1. The crystal gems homeschool him very well, and when he does a test, he's doing better than the rest of the kids. And 2, on his second day, he causes the whole place to be destroyed. His gemminess brings danger everywhere, So it's probably for the best that Garnet, Amethyst, Pearl, and Greg handle his education. Especially since he lives in the US, so he doesn't have to go to one of those bullshit US schools. Sorry, I got a rant for a bit. Most of my viewers are from the US, and I feel so sorry for all of you for so many reasons. Like, your schools are absurdly stupid. Like, please tell me not all of your schools are just single large buildings. That sounds like actual hell. Just being trapped and not going outside unless you're going to a rooftop or some shit. Also, why the hell does your school year not match up with the actual Gregorian calendar? Why is school starting in September? Don't give me that bullshit about having a summer vacation. That makes no sense. In fact, it makes more sense to make your big break during the winter because of all that bloody snow. Wait, what was I talking about? Oh yeah, don't send Steven to school. Also, for some reason this book ends on a completely different story, where Steven uses all his money to buy the crystal gems things at a garage sale, and to make it up for him not being able to buy anything himself, they end up cursing him with the responsibility of babysitting Onion so he can get a video game console that has a more f***ed up controller than the Nintendo 64. Also, Lars was in this book, so yes! I want to explode him. And then, the first thing shown in the Ultimate Dodown is the back of his head. I love this man so goddamn much, even if this little opening is kind of pointless. Like, it seems to be one of those weird dreams Steven gets, but you could just remove it from the plot and it would stay exactly the same. Yeah, Lars isn't really a part of the story, but he does play a pretty notable role. The story is mainly about Sadie, and it's very relatable to me, because it's all about Sadie missing Lars. It was probably my second favorite story in these comics after that Off Colors one. You have Sadie coming back to the Big Donut after quitting to help them out with a donut competition. And the crystal gems come to help out as well. There's a lot of fun moments throughout. We get some really nice Sadie fist crumbs. I wish there were more, but I'll take what I can get. The crystal gems making donuts is fun. Sardonyx even appears for a bit. But the best part of the book is this dream that Sadie has that I swear I've also had before. Sadie is much stronger than me, because if a bunch of Larses were fighting over me, I'd probably faint. This is my favorite image of all time. I also need to rant about America again, because this book reminded me that price tags in the US don't include taxes. What is wrong with that country? How do you live like this? Okay, I'm currently editing and I just realized that I literally spent almost all that time just talking about how much I love Lars. I'm really fucking weird. The final group of comics I have to talk about are books with multiple stories in them, all sharing a common theme. The 2016 special, wow, creative title, has a bunch of stories surrounding donuts, meaning we get a bunch of stuff with Sadie and the man I love so goddamn much. I don't think any of you understand how much I adore him. Fuck off, Amethyst, stop bullying him. Not much to say here since they're all very simple stories, but I do need to mention the first story where Steven and Amethyst compete in a donut eating competition and... Okay, I know these comics weren't trying to be consistent with the show's canon, but how the fuck do you straight up forget Steven's gem? Gemless Steven is disturbingly cursed. Fusion Frenzy is naturally filled with stories about fusion. It begins with the Beach City Pride Parade, there to show the celebration of love fusions like Garnet and Stavoni represent. All the love I have for Lars, who appears in one panel here. Holy shit, I love Lars! We get a little Garnet backstory about how she wasn't always a great fighter, and holy shit, this HUD is gorgeous. One story is just Vidalia constantly being an ass to Smoky Quartz by calling them Amethyst over and over, despite being told multiple times how they very much aren't Amethyst. Like, what the f***, Vidalia? And my favorite here is about Sugilite. I love it for how it delves into how fusion feels, and the differences in perspective that Garnet and Amethyst have towards being Sugilite. The Greg Universe special is just kind of whatever. I don't have much to say about it. Greg has an NES. That's cool. And do I need to say it at this point? Keep Beach City Weird isn't actually a comic. Instead, it's presented as a book by Ronaldo documenting the weirdness around Beach City, even if he has no clue what he's talking about. Despite being a Ronaldo book, I found it quite interesting. We learn a bit about Ronaldo. Like, despite being a crazy conspiracy theorist, he at least isn't a climate change denier. And even with his experience in the world of weird, he has no way of explaining Onion. And yeah, I don't think anyone is ever going to explain that thing. Seriously, what the f*** is Onion? And then there's some really interesting mysteries, like the rose quartz version of Obsidian, because outside of the temple statue of her, this book is the closest we've ever gotten to seeing the fusion of rose quartz, pearl, ruby, sapphire, and amethyst. Yeah, it's just Ronaldo's interpretation, but it's something at least. I'm also pretty sure this is the only time in the franchise where the United States of America are explicitly mentioned. Yes, the show obviously takes place there, but I'm pretty sure the only countries in the show to actually be verbally named are Australia and South Korea, if you want to count them simply just saying Korea. This doesn't really mean much, but I just wanted to bring up how Steven has said Australia in the show.
The koala, a marsupial from the forests of Australia.
Fuck yeah, Aussie, 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 oi, 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 Lamingtons! I love Lamingtons! Vegemite! Tessa murder drones. I like Glitch Productions. They're from Australia. That's nice. Holy shit, Lars mentioned fuck yeah, I love him so much, I'm gonna kiss him, hey, what the fuck? Ronaldo just puts that old picture of Lars in this book that he intends to publish. The photo that Lars felt incredibly insecure about and had every right to not want it published. And Ronaldo just completely disregards Lars's wishes again. He went through the effort of picking up the torn up photo to put it back to recreate it just so he could publish that. You know what? I take back everything nice I've ever said about Ronaldo. I take back all the times I've defended him, saying he wasn't as annoying as people said. This is too far. Nobody messes with my Lars. You can't just bring something up from his past he feels deeply insecure about and just put it out for the whole world to see without his consent. I hate Ronaldo. I want to punch him right in the jaw. Do I want him to make up to Lars?
No, I want to kill him! I want him to suffer and then to die in darkness.
Okay, real talk for a second. Watch Transformers 1. I really only put this joke in here so I had an excuse to play Transformers 1 and therefore had an excuse to tell all of you to go watch Transformers 1 because it's a really good movie and it's really good and it's like actually kind of peak fiction. Please watch Transformers 1, I'm begging you. To end this segment, I want to mention an official Steven Universe book that I actually do have a physical copy of. The Tale of Steven. It's a very simple children's picture book that gives an incredibly basic summary of the story of the show, from the perspective of White Diamond, Rose, and Steven. But what I find interesting about it is that these different perspectives are shown by physically holding the book differently and looking at the same story at a different angle. Yeah, it's nothing mind-blowing, but at least it's a cool way to use the medium of books, so it's better than Steven Universe Harmony. The final subject of today, the Steven Universe pilot, also known as the Time Thing. Now, I'm fairly certain this isn't what was actually shown to Cartoon Network before the show was greenlit. It's like a finished version of whatever was shown to them. Mainly because the whole cast is here, even Kate Masucci and Matthew Moy as Sadie and the Pretty Princess. For the most part, the pilot feels a lot like a show, but there are many differences, most notably the art style. I've heard people say they prefer this art style to the one in the actual show, but I strongly disagree. I don't dislike this style, but the more round and colourful look fits the tone of the show way better. Something else that is noticeably different is the performances. Even though it's the same cast, it's clear the voice actors haven't fully settled into their roles yet. Zach Callison especially sounds pretty different.
Garnet, tell Pearl to let me see the thing.
But it's not all differences. Some parts outside of the very obvious basics would be brought back, like the titular Time Thing coming back in the episode Steven and the Stevens, Pearl's appearance here being referenced in the movie, Steven's epic comeback.
Why are you such a butt face?
I can't help it. What's your excuse?
You're just acting like a child! I am a child. What's your excuse?
And of course, the theme song. And this specific version would be used in the extended version of the theme song later on.
We are the crystal gems. We'll always save the day. And if you think we can't, we'll always find a way.
Overall, this is a... Wait a second, rewind a sec.
Why are you such a butt face?
What the fuck? Garnet, take your own advice.
Don't make fun of Steven.
Oh, one last thing. Why is there no version of this online that's in good quality? The footage I'm using is from the Complete Collection DVD. And this is the best quality I could find online. So, it's done. 5 seasons, 1 movie, 1 bonus season, 3 video games, a whole bunch of shorts, web games and comics. Surely I'm done now. Well, you see, this video was part 9. And I really don't want to end it at 9 because that will bug me forever. So the 10th and final part will be ranking all of the episodes, seasons, and songs from the show. I'm gonna rewatch everything for that, and that will be up on the 26th of July, aka the 2-year anniversary of me watching Gemglow and falling into madness. With all that said, my name's Dr. Lamington. Like and subscribe to make me smile, and I will see you later. Welcome to the final part of why Steven Universe was great, that I'm making so I can end the season on a nice even 10 parts. Today I'll be giving my ranking of all the songs in the show, plus a few more, and my ranking of every single episode. First, the song ranking. I'm expanding the rules a bit. Songs don't need to be on any official soundtrack to be eligible. Besides the songs from the main show, movie, and future, I'm also including songs from things like the games and shorts. And if my new song ranking contradicts the ones I made in my previous videos, opinions change, shut up. I'll be jumping in here and there to give some thoughts on certain songs, but let's begin with my least favorite song in Steven Universe.
And I know in my gut it's been worth the $5.95. Would you like a bird?
Comet is much higher on this list, but I just can't stand Marty, so it was no contest when picking the worst song in the show. These are the only bad songs in Steven Universe to me. Would You Like a Burger is technically still good since everything but the lyrics and vocals came from Greg, and I just really hate Marty, but these two are just kind of annoying.
An orphan boy with sass and pep got dropped off on our mansion step. Little butler,
Donuts at the big donut. They make the world go round. A treat when you are down.
Pizza potluck. Potluck.
Potluck. Potluck.
Oh, that's the end of another day. It was mighty serious, I have to say. The crystal gems look rough. He's a frozen treat with an all-new taste, 'cause he came to this planet from outer space. A refugee of an interstellar war, but now he's at your local grocery store. It might as well be your birthday, so why don't we have a party, even if your age isn't real and your body's an illusion.
Cam Chefs is the place to bring your wreck. Get your car repaired for cheap and fair without risking your neck. Cam Chefs.
Tears of sorrow, tears of joy. There'll be tears to the very end. Food with feelings, crying breakfast friends.
These songs are all just kind of meh. Potluck is probably higher than most people would rank it. I don't know, it's not trying to be a great song, it's just some friends messing around with some music. It's fine.
I tried so hard to fly, but I was thrown. Oh, Wellingstone. I gotta tell the gems, 'cause they should know.
When I think about all the wasted time I spent, I don't wanna be disobedient.
Dear old Dad, remember when you'd sing to me, would you do it again? Dear old Dad, remember how here we are, our hearts combining, music and friends, our souls aligning.
Doo-doo. But the government corrupts.
Let me drive my van into your wash. Let me drive my van into your wash.
Whoa, lady killer and the suspect. Don't be scared, it's the afternoon. Don't be scared, but pretty soon we'll be lady killer
know I'm not that rich. I'm trying to get my start. So let me drive my van into your heart. Let me drive my van into your heart.
I've got a van, so let me drive my van into your heart. Let me drive my van into your heart.
And it's a full-time job admiring all the ways that you're inspiring. If I had my way, I'd do it all day. That's why it's really, really hard to say. I think I need a little change.
Oh, we are the working dead.
Starting to get to the songs that I have actual positive reactions to. I do like a lot of the Greg songs, but I find Tom Sharpling's singing to be a bit hit or miss.
Hey, shake a leg!
Hey, shake a leg!
It's Mr. Greg!
It's Mr. Greg!
And he's here to spend his dough all over the town.
Can't you see it in my eyes? I'm the one, 2, 3, 4. I'm not like the other guys. Not like anybody but Steven and the crystal gems. We're gonna make you smile. I act Lapis lazuli. You fled into the bottom of the sea. Lapis lazuli.
Can't you see that I exist and I don't need an exorcist?
If it were me, I'd really wanna be a giant woman. A giant woman. All
You believe in destiny. Close your eyes and leave the rest to me. But the moment that I hit the stage, thousands of voices are calling my name. And I know in my heart it's been worth it all of the while. What can I do for you? What can I do that no one else can do?
Okay, we're firmly in the good songs now. From this point on, these are all at least good songs that I would listen to outside of simply watching the show.
Where did we go? What did we do? I think we made something entirely new.
But we're still in this together and we're still not giving up. We're still not giving up.
Come live with us in the palace. There are the crystal gems. We'll always save the day.
And if you think
there's a room waiting for
I'll love again.
everybody told me gem stuff's dangerous, I guess I didn't believe it until now. Dad always seemed apprehensive.
Everyone believes in Steven.
It's time to get moving, time for us to have some fun. There's no time to hang around, our adventure's just begun.
Cookie Cat! He's a pet for your tummy. Cookie Cat! He's super duper yummy. Cookie Cat!
He left his family behind.
You may be surprised at how high the future version of Cookie Cat is compared to the original. Well, I mainly just like the vocals better. No disrespect to Zach Callison, he's a great singer, but his voice for Steven at the start of the show doesn't really sound great singing. On the Run is also super underrated. I wish more people talked about it.
Ingredients in harmony, we mix together perfectly. Come on and share this gem with me.
I see a tower built out of my mistakes, and it all comes crashing down.
The streets and the sounds and the buildings towering, subways that run from Brooklyn to the Bowery. Empire City. Let's go to Empire City.
Everybody needs a friend, and I've got you, and you, and you. So many I can't even name them. Can you blame me? I'm too famous.
Sunny day, don't cost nothing. Light summer breeze, don't cost nothing. Things start and things end, and isn't it lovely in theory, but
And can't you see that she's out of control and overzealous? I'm telling you for your own good and not...
Isn't it nice to find yourself somewhere different? Whoa, why don't you let yourself just be wherever you are?
Is there anything that's worth more than peace and love on the planet Earth?
Stick by stick, the little blackbird builds a nest.
welcome to the party, Mr. Universe. We're so glad we are a part of you.
Oh boy, these songs are getting really good now. We've reached the point where the only criticism I can really think of is that I wish some of these songs were longer. Haven't you noticed I'm a Star, the Jam song, Strong in the Real Way? Oh, I love them.
In a song, don't cost nothing. Or was it palling around? Don't cost nothing.
Paralyzed that they're getting lost in. They're hypnotized by my way of walking.
I got dazzled like a stage magician. When I point, they look, and when I talk, they listen well.
On the battlefield, when everything is chaos, and you have nothing but the way you feel. It's over, isn't it? Isn't it? Isn't it over? It's over.
Where's the diamond when they need a blue? You've got to be a little blue. Yes, of course we still love her, and we're always thinking of her.
Got a lot in common, you really do. You both love me, and I love both of you.
And it's gonna be alright. 'Cause we've gone and saved the light. And together we will fight.
This old Ruby Rider is Ruby riding alone.
Her cut is perfect and she's pink as well.
System/boot.pearl_final3.info is 100% the best name for a song, period. Most people will disagree with my placement of It's Over, Isn't It? But please understand, at this point, I love every single song.
Isn't it love?
And every facet to finally find that we deserve to shine. Here we are in the future and it's bright. I can't believe
Nothing is holding me back now.
familiar. I swear that I know this feeling.
We'll find a way to save the day. That's who we are.
If I could begin to be half of what you think of me, I could do about anything. I could even learn how to love. I always thought I might be bad. Now I'm sure that it's true, 'cause I think
Once upon a time, I thought I'd always be in my mother's shadow.
If you're staring with your giant eyes, you can see that the
odds are against us. This won't be easy, but we're not going to do it alone. We are the Crystal Gems. We'll always save the day.
We Are the Crystal Gems is one of the best cartoon theme songs ever, especially the full version. And Love Like You is almost as peak due to Rebecca Sugar's incredible singing.
So happily we'll face whatever comes our way.
Those bluest skies above me.
Just one day, let's only think about. Just one day, let's only think about.
That I would rather do without my little reason why I'll never make you cry. Oh, I have got the sweetest things to tell you every day.
You're gonna feel
fine.
By now, I can't even say that I love every song, because it would be a huge understatement. Now we've reached my top 10, and I will be talking about each and every one of these. Absolutely heartbreaking. So glad this was part of the movie, because if it was just in the show, I doubt it would have taken on the full song structure.
Gee, it's swell to finally meet her other friends.
Sarah Styles gives great performance in all three of these songs. Other Friends is my favorite simply down to the energy of it.
Take a moment, remind yourself to take a moment and find yourself. Take a moment to ask yourself if this is
is how we fall apart.
Garnet's songs are always amazing, and you can really tell I think that because despite this one being peak, there's still 2 more that I've ranked higher.
But I want you to know you could know me if you change your mind.
Just a perfect ending to the original show. I love that there's no other instruments besides Steven's ukulele. Yeah, I know technically there is more, but when the actual song part of it starts, it's just the ukulele.
You can make it better. We don't have to fight.
I'll be honest, the trumpet, trombone, and euphonium are the main reason for this to be ranked so highly. They just give such a great, grand scale to everything. Anyways, top 5 time.
I'm looking forward, I'm looking forward, I'm looking forward.
I've definitely ranked this way higher than anyone else would, but I don't care. This is my personal favorite song in the series due to how much I relate to its lyrics. The rest of the songs are simply better on a critical level in my opinion.
I'm gonna be right by your side no matter what.
Oh god, I adore this series. No Matter What is a song I listen to almost daily. Steven and Amethyst are my favorite dynamic of the series, and I want to sing this song with someone. To any of my friends who are watching this and want to do that, hit me up. Now going into the top 3. By complete coincidence, they ended up being 1 song from the main show, 1 song from the movie, and 1 song from Future.
I'd rather be me with
100% the song that makes me smile the most. The top 2 give me more positive feelings, I guess, but Steven singing to Connie just brings me pure and simple happiness.
True kind of love.
Just as I said with Here Comes a Thought, Garnet is peak. Estelle is simply an incredible singer, and despite this being the 2nd best song in the show to me, I do think, looking at the lyrics alone, it is the best by far. But one song has lyrics that are almost on par, but is superior in every other way.
If you break this apart, we'll just come make you up, and we'll always be twice the gem that you are. I am
Yup, still to this day, I believe Stronger Than You to be the best song in Steven Universe. I thought it was the best when I first heard it, and my opinion has never changed. This is honestly perfect as a song, but within the context of Jailbreak and Season 1 as a whole, I'm dead serious when I say perfect is a giant understatement. The fact that this is the first time we hear Garnet sing outside of the theme song, and some basic harmonizing in Steven and the Crystal Gems, is a big reason it's so good. And even though True Kinda Love has the better lyrics overall, Stronger Than You has the single best line in any of these songs, the very first line. Garnet hasn't sung in the show yet, and throughout all of Season 1, she's acted mostly serious, holding back a lot of her true self. But now that Steven knows she's a fusion, she no longer needs to hide herself away. So what's the first thing she sings?
This is Garnet, back together.
Because yes, this is Garnet. This is who she is, and she is made of love, and love is stronger than anything. After the longest season of the show, I couldn't think of a better way to end it. Now let's wrap up the series with my full episode ranking. I'm about to rapid fire through this, so starting from the bottom and going up, it's Frybo, Rocknaldo, Keep Beach City Weird, Rising Tides, Crashing Skies, Watermelon Steven, Steven and the Stevens, Onion Gang, Together Breakfast, Secret Team, Tiger Philanthropist, Serious Steven, So Many Birthdays, Catfingers, Tiger Millionaire, Future Boys Ultron, Lion 2 the Movie, Monster Buddies, Steven's Lion, Onion Trade, Cheeseburger Backpack, Laserlight Cannon, Arcade Mania, Political Power, Reformed, Gem Glow, House Guest, Shirt Club, Restaurant Wars, Say Uncle, The Big Show, Buddy's Book, Beach Party, Open Book, Historical Friction, Prickly Pear, An Indirect Kiss, Giant's Woman, Winter Forecast, Super Watermelon Island, Steven the Swordfighter, Fusion Cuisine, Dewey Wins, Joyride, Dugout, Monster Reunion, Bubble Buddies, The Zoo, Onion Friend, Gem Drill, Gem Heist, Gem Hunt, Are You My Dad, Little Homeschool, Steven's Birthday, Why So Blue, Coach Steven, Greg the Babysitter, Sadie Killer, Horror Club, Drop Beat Dad, Nightmare Hospital, Garnet's Universe, Love Letters, 3 Gems and a Baby, Sworn to the Sword, Rosebuds, Bluebird, Steven Floats, a very special episode, Kindergarten Kids, Space Race the Message, Room for Ruby, Know Your Fusion, Last One Out of Beat City, We Need to Talk, I Am My Mum, Beat City Drift, Gemcation, Same Old World, Hit the Diamond, Chilly Tide, Guidance, In Dreams, Maximum Capacity, Volleyball, Rose's Room, Sadie's Song, Letters to Lars, Lars and the Cool Kids, Snow Day, Bismuth Casual, Back to the Barn, Story for Steven, Warp Tour, Future Vision, Marble Madness, Steven's Dream, Catch and Release, Adventures in Light Distortion, Kiki's Pizza Delivery Service, The New Crystal Gems, The New Lars, Mirror Gem, Ocean Gem, Kevin Party, That Will Be All, Little Graduation, Message Received, Full Disclosure, Back to the Kindergarten, Gem Harvest, Too Short to Ride, The Answer, Keeping It Together, Keystone Motel, Can't Go Back, Back to the Moon, Mr. Universe, Growing Pains, Beta, It Could Have Been Great, Log Date 7152, Pool Hopping, Raising the Barn, Together Forever, Fragments, Alone at Sea, Bubbled, The Good Lars, Maid of Honor, The Test, Island Adventure, Joking Victim, Legs from Here to Homeworld, Lion 4 Alternate Ending, Rosa Scabbard, Bismuth, When It Rains, Mr. Greg, Barnmates, Friendship, Cry for Help, Steven vs. Amethyst, Crack the Whip, Earthlings, Your Mother and Mine, Homeworld Bound, On the Run, Alone Together, Too Far, Mindful Education, Jungle Moon, The Trial, Stuck Together, Lars's Head, Off Colors, Together Alone, Storm in the Room, Escapism, The Return, Everything's Fine, Familiar, The Question, and the Top 10, Now We're Only Falling Apart, What's Your Problem, I Am My Monster, The Future, Lion 3 Straight to Video, Jailbreak, A Single Pale Rose, Change Your Mind, Reunited, and number 1, fuck you, it's Lars of the Stars. And that brings me to the end of why Steven Universe was great. At least, the end of my series, Why Steven Universe Was Great. Because there's no way in hell I'm going to stop making Steven Universe videos. I'm going to continue to talk about this show over and over again, especially since we've got that Lars of the Stars show coming out now. But, yeah, this is the end. Thanks for watching this really dumb series. Like and subscribe to make me smile, and I'll see you later. Bye!
You